Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, and I am excited tonight, and maybe a little bit scared, nervous even, to bring you a... oh, what the hell's going on with my monitor over here? Okay, there we go. To bring you, there we go. Sorry. To bring you Dungeon World 2. And this, of course, we'll start with a little bit of a history about Dungeon World, my relationship with Dungeon World, my understanding of where we're at with Dungeon World 2. We'll talk about the process, about why this game is being created and, and what they hope to achieve. And then ultimately, we are going to get into Dungeon World 2 Final Alpha. And to not to belabor a point, but there has been a protracted open pre-alpha phase where the designers of Dungeon World 2 have been really, I would say pushing the game design boundaries of Dungeon World, but also I think testing the waters with the Dungeon World audience and trying to kind of see what they could get away with, what is considered too sacred of a cow. Now, oh man, there's so much to talk about tonight, which is why we have a white monster standing by. There has been a lot of people upset about the alpha process and about some of the directions that they wanted to take. So they did a Dungeon World Blue, they did a Dungeon World 2 Blue, they did a Dungeon World 2 Red with kind of very different ideas. And then they did a Dungeon World Purple, right? And then last year at Gen Con, I should say, so yeah, like 8 months ago in August, they released this. This is a Dungeon World 2 summer preview. And I'll be quite honest with you, I didn't really read this or red or purple or blue. And part of the reason for that is because I knew they weren't going to do all of this, and I just, at the time, I couldn't put myself into a mental space of caring. And I was just like, look, figure out, pick a lane, what are you going to do? And once they finally sort of settled on a path, then I'm going to talk about the game. And for the most part, it seems like they have done that. And so yesterday or 2 days ago, February 1st, they released Dungeon World 2 Final Alpha. And this is going to basically be, I believe, unless there's some. I don't think there's going to be any major changes to the game at this point before presumably they go to print and or Kickstarter. So there's a lot to cover. I'm going to try to keep up with the chat. We're obviously going to take a look. Now, the good news is the Dungeon World 2 final PDF, Alpha P, is only 65 pages. So we are going to be able to get through it. Don't worry about that. But, you know, I do want to kind of talk about this. I will talk about some of my concerns. I will talk about some of my problems. I'll talk about some of my history. Yes, you're going to have to get bored and stay along with me. And we could just talk about everything. So, so again, a lot of cool stuff here in chat. Shout out to Beowulf, Travis, G Helmet, Jordy, Lib Gamer. What's up, Lib Gamer? Fed Up Guy, 2004. Rye, Richard. What's up, Richard? Care. Joseph doesn't know anything about Dungeon World somehow. Excited to hear about a sequel. We could talk about that. Giascu, I heard that Dungeon World is based on Powered by the Apocalypse system, and not many people are a fan of it, it seems. Well, Giascu, I would say, yes, it is based on Powered by the Apocalypse. Number one, I'm going to be pedantic here, but it is important to note that Powered by the Apocalypse is not a system. Yes, a lot of Powered by the Apocalypse games use similar mechanics. And I know that's kind of a cop-out used by, you know, PBTA purists and weirdos like me. But I will simply say that Dungeon World was actually kind of under development at the same time as Powered by the Apocalypse and Monster Hearts. And in my case, I actually greatly prefer Dungeon World and Monster Hearts to actual Apocalypse World. In any case, this was back during the Google Plus era of indie RPG design, before itch.io, I guess. Pour one out for Google Plus. But not many people are a fan of it, it seems. That is, generally speaking, true. I will say this. My experience is that PBTA games and their derivatives tend to create very extreme reactions either way. Some people love Powered by the Apocalypse games. And quite frankly, going back to playing a non-Powered by the Apocalypse game will feel stifling and boring by comparison. Other people, I would say the majority of people, can't stand Powered by the Apocalypse games. My general experience with this has been that, this has been bothering me lately. I have my delay set on. I auto hide it after 30 seconds. I want to increase that there a little bit. My messages. I would say like 8 out of 10, 4 out of 5 RPGers who play PBTA tend to bounce off of it. However, I have found that is mostly true for people who are very established in a trad or neo-trad style TTRPG, like D&D or Pathfinder. If you take people who don't really know role-playing games that well, I find that they tend to vibe with Dungeon World a lot more. What's up, Cinnabos? Ken, good to see you. Zipper Fist, going on? What's going on? Mecha Mage, hello. Yeah, we'll get into that, Mecha Mage, about the two core audiences. Yes. What's up, Woodland Fellowship? Hello. River Ray, wonderful. Well, so the thing with Grimwild is ultimately Grimwild isn't technically PBTA, right? Grimwild is more sort of a derivative of Forged in the Dark. It is a different game, for sure. Hi, Scotty. What would you say are the core philosophical principles that make a game PBTA? So Vincent Baker actually did an article, and I kind of want to use his blog post. Let me see if I can look it up here. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, Vincent Baker began writing Apocalypse World in 2008, and it got published in 2010. But by the time they published in 2010, you already had games like Dungeon World and Monster Hearts and Monsters of the Week were already kind of under development / being played because they were all developed before they were officially published. They were all being developed sort of, hand in hand in the Google Plus. So, when Vincent Baker says that PBTA is the concept of, what is powered by the apocalypse, and he wrote a thing which is to create a playable outline of a game, and it's a systems-based design. And the philosophy of Apocalypse World is, I think, about this idea of centered around the conversation, right? And then having mechanical moves that interface with that conversation. Now, as you move out from, he has this really great little, let me see if I can pull it up here. He has this great little image. Here we go. We're all over the place here today already, as I knew we would be. So, there we go. That's not it. There we go. So this is the powered by the Apocalypse World structure. Oh, there we go. Okay. There we go. Got it. And the idea of this is simply that you have this core basis of the fiction of the conversation, what we would call the fictional conversation. And what this primarily means is that Apocalypse World is a fiction-first game, but it is important to note that just above that conversational layer are the stats, the dice, the core rules of the core moves, the harm, the improvement, and the MC. Now, the MC stands for Master of Ceremonies. It means GM. In some ways, the best example of this philosophy is actually given by Mike Underwood when he was describing Daggerheart, which is the idea that you have two pieces of fabric and the actions of the players and the game master are like a needle and thread. They are weaving these separate pieces of fabric together to form a whole new thing. And that whole new thing is your gaming experience. It's your story. It's bigger than a story. It's bigger than a game. It's something else. It's the role-playing game. And Mike Underwood very beautifully illustrated it, that the actions of the game master and the actions of the players weave these two pieces of cloth together. They start with the piece of cloth that is the fiction. That is the story, the world, right? The imaginary space that we are playing in. You start there. But you pierce through it into this other piece of cloth, which is the game, which is the mechanics. And those two things are very important. It's a weaving back and forth. If you can imagine, I'm not a sewer, a seamstress, a tailor, whatever. I do know how to use a sewing machine, but that's not here or there. But my point is, you can imagine that if you just took your needle and thread and you just stayed in one of those two cloths for a while, you wouldn't end up with a cohesive piece of fabric, right? What makes sewing work is that you go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And that, in my mind, and I believe what Vincent Baker would say. Now, Vincent Baker, I would think, says maybe even a little step further. I think he says that the conversation is really at the core of it. And I would say that Mike Underwood, in his Daggerheart explanation, explains that as well, which is to say we start with the conversation. We start with our agendas, our principles. We start with this fictional world that we're sharing together, this imaginary world. Again, we might have a lot of new people here tonight, just because a lot of people, Dungeon World's a little bit more of a popular term. I don't know, maybe we'll have nobody here. But when I say the word fiction, I don't mean GM author story time. When I use the word the fiction, okay, what I'm really talking about is our imaginary world. Now, sometimes the fiction might include tropes or genre emulation, right? We're playing a superhero game, so we agree that we're not going to let innocent bystanders die. That's part of our fictional world. But another part of our fictional world could be, hey, you described yourself as taking cover behind that brick wall. Okay, well, that's real now. And the game should respect that. And when we do things in our game world, even with our mechanics, we should respect that, right? The fiction of our game takes precedence. But what's important and what confuses people is a lot of people hear fiction first, or they'll hear mechanics first, and that makes them think, oh, fiction first, mechanics last. No, it simply means fiction first, mechanics second. So we start with the fiction, we start with the conversation, we interface with the mechanics, and then we go right back to the fiction. They feed one another. And the idea is that the fiction ultimately is kind of what we care about. But the fiction without the mechanics is boring, it's predictable, it's safe. There's no ferocity to it. There's no feralness to it. And so we use the game engine to direct and guide the fiction. How do we do this? Through dice rolls, through moves, through agendas and principles. So this is a long-winded answer to what is PBTA. So for me, PBTA is the idea, I think, of a game system having a complementary agenda to push, direct, and guide the conversation that you're having in a meaningful way. River, that's a beautiful way to say it. River says, for people listening, mechanics add an extra voice to the conversation besides the players. River, I think that's a wonderful way to describe it. And in fact, I have used the analogy before that when you play a PBTA game, it's a bit like a triangle, right? You have the players, you have the GM, and then you have the mechanics, right? And we're used to the mechanics as being this sort of underlying mediating layer that we just use at our discretion, right? And that is not the case for Powered by the Apocalypse, right? I think that they are an extra partner at the table, and they have as much of a say as anybody else. Correct. It's switchback. It's not second in a hierarchical way, but it's very much a complementary way. Again, you can't make a piece of, you can't make a dress or you can't make a shirt without two pieces of cloth and weaving them together, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. If you stay in one of those pieces of cloth for too long, you're going to get a gap, right? You're going to get an inconsistency. You're going to get a feeling of missing. Man, it's going to go all over the place. I know it. So, okay. Dungeon World. Real quick history, short time. So Dungeon World started getting developed circa 2008 to 2009 at the same time as Apocalypse World. And Dungeon World is basically the idea of what if we take this Powered by the Apocalypse framework and we applied it to classic BX D&D. That's basically the gist of it. And the original authors of the game, Sage LaTorra and Adam Cobell, started working on a version of the game and basically got to 2010 when they were developing the game. And I don't know if it was 2010. It may have been 2010 or 2011. But I was at Gen Con. So if it was 2010, it was very early in the development cycle. If it was 2011, they had kind of gotten an initial sort of product out. They hadn't done their Kickstarter yet. And in 2010 or 2011, right at the very beginning, I was at Gen Con, and I was feeling a little bit lost. Cue emotional sad music. I was in my late 20s, and thank you, Tez Money, for the resub. 7-month streak. Appreciate you. By the way, if you want to support me on Twitch as well, you can do so. Appreciate it. It's free for you if you do it with your Amazon Prime sub, but a couple bucks goes a long way. Also, we do have two stream goals today. We have our super chat, of course, to support First Looks. Always appreciate you guys doing that, showing your love for these mechanical deep dives into new games. And we have a tip goal for those of you who are not a patron, which most of you are, but some of you aren't. But even if you are a patron, we did a PBTA Dungeon World, technically it was a World of Dungeons, game years ago with Bob and the rest of the Knights of Last Call. It was a drunken shenanigans mess, and it's been locked in the vault for the last couple of years. If we can hit that tip goal, we will release it to public YouTube consumption and let the good times roll. if you really want to see that. Or if you don't want to do that, you should just join the Patreon and then you can take a look at it. So where was I? Okay, right. So the game came out. So I was feeling a little bit lost. We had been playing 4th edition D&D since 2008. And I love 4th edition D&D. I do. I mean that. But by 2010, 2011, I was feeling pretty burned out. The other alternative that we were starting to talk about was Pathfinder 1. And already I was just feeling so overwhelmed by all the rules and the crunch and the tactics. And I was, starting to lose a little bit of my love in some ways for role-playing games. And in addition to that, I was in my late 20s. A lot of my friends had gotten married, and they weren't making it to the Gen Con. So I wasn't alone at Gen Con, but I was, I was there with not my usual crew. I was kind of doing a lot more stuff on my own. And through a series of misadventures, I ended up finding this group, which now is known as Indie Games on Demand. And back then, it was mostly a bunch of people demoing and playtesting their early alpha games. And I sat down and I played a game of Dungeon World. And I was blown away by the experience. It was unlike anything I had played in a long time, maybe ever. It was fun and fast and feral. It was exciting. It was dramatic. It really just avoided just those lame moments. Everything seemed dialed to 11, and it bypassed a lot of the things that, quite frankly, I was just getting tired about. So I was a convert very early on, and so that year or the following year, depending, in 2011, I was a Dungeon World convert, and I spent most of Gen Con 2011 playing Dungeon World. I even think I ended up running Dungeon World after hours for people. And of course, a lot of people may know this, but this is the original Dungeon World book. But the actual original Dungeon World book was the little red book. In fact, this piece of art they reused for the cover of for their Dungeon World Alpha. But this was the original pre-Kickstarter version of the book, and we got a nice little sign here from Sage Latora. It says, Derek, when you go to Gen Con, roll plus con. On a 10 or higher, you survive. On a 7, 8, or 9, you lose your money, your health, or your sanity. And so I thought that was always pretty fun. And this was, again, it was an incredible game. It was an incredible experience. I had an amazing time. And over the next couple of years, I became in love with this Dungeon World game as we sort of continued and finished up our 4th edition. And it provided this yin to my yang. And I sort of had this really, really heavy Dungeon World influence. And I had this sort of, tactical 4th edition crunch. And so eventually they did the Kickstarter. They came out with the core book, which mine has seen some better days. This one, also signed by Sage Latora, says, Derek, take +1 versus elevators. And the reason why that says take +1 versus elevators is because at that Gen Con, I ended up, Sage was in my hotel. I ended up bumping into him at an elevator. And we ended up chatting about Dungeon World, about the games, about hobbies, about RPGs for, I don't know, 2 hours or something like that. It was a great conversation, and it was an amazing conversation. So Dungeon World has been really important to me. It was in many ways, it saved my love of role-playing games. It reminded me of what role-playing games could be. Hey, Aaron, thank you so much.
Aaron has tipped $10. Have to go run a 5e session, but I'm looking forward to catching the VOD for this one.
Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate it. Enjoy your game. Look, 5e can be great. Again, it's a totally fine system. Great players, great GM. I'm sure your players and you will have a blast. I know a lot of people like to gripe about 5e, but I actually think 5e is just fine. Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate you. Look forward to hearing what you have to say about the VOD. So, Dungeon World, like many things, kind of grew and evolved beyond the boundaries of its creators. And as time went forward, we entered into the era of the OSR and 5e D&D and stuff like that. Dungeon World was always kind of still in the background. And a lot of people started making their own versions of Dungeon World because they recognized that some of the tech in Dungeon World was a little bit dated. And there are things about Dungeon World that I absolutely do feel like are very dated. And there's other mechanics from other newer games that I prefer. But there's a strangeness to Dungeon World, which is that the awkwardness of the mechanics, number one, it gives the game a sort of unique feel. But number two, and I think this is really important, part of the reason Dungeon World works is because it's this uncanny valley between the D&D that you know and this PBTA game. Okay, when you go and play a more modern Powered by the Apocalypse game, like, Thirsty Sword Lesbians or Avatar Legends or, Masks or whatever, you're going to get, failure conditions like you suffer you're going to get like, I'm angry, I'm upset, I'm flustered, right? You're going to get conditions. You're not going to, you're going to track you're going to track fatigue or something like that. Dungeon World used hit points. It used hit points. Now, I will be the first to, and like monsters, they, when you attacked them and you did damage to them, they did damage to you. You marked hit points. They rolled randomly. It felt kind of like a D&D game. And for better or for worse, I think that was a big part of the game's charm is, Powered by the Apocalypse games are full of really, really horrible terminology. And I've complained about this, before, about things like, just calling them moves, calling them +1 forward, +1 ongoing. There's so many janky, PBTA terms. Calling a 6- a miss, and, a soft hit and a hard hit. And there's so much terminology, that really confuses people. And part of that is because the game was born from, Vincent Baker and the people who, grew up in the Forge, and, they liked the, they were kind of part of that esoteric liberal elite, that academic elite of game designers and whatever. They liked their weird terminology and their weird, tech, and they were very much into the navel gazing and the philosophy. Again, I love them to death, but this is mostly true. So Dungeon World had some of that weird, wonky terminology, but it also had things like hit points, and it also had things like ability scores that went to 18. And this did create problems in the game. In Powered by the Apocalypse, if you get a +4 to a dice roll, it's really hard to not like auto succeed on almost every dice roll. So, there were problems with the game for sure. But I think one of the biggest problems that happened with Dungeon World, and I firmly believe this, most of my Dungeon World experience was spent running Dungeon World in dungeons. I would take old school classic D&D or adventures, from Keep on the Borderlands to Isle of Dread to Lost City to Castle Amber, you name it. Even some classic 3rd edition adventures, Forge of Fury, Sunless Citadel. And I would run them in Dungeon World. And in fact, one of my favorite go-tos was to run adventures that people had had experience with. A lot of people have played Sunless Citadel. Run it through for them in Dungeon World so that they could really see and compare and contrast. However, as time went on, I think more and more people started to use Dungeon World, dare I say, incorrectly, which is the same way that people have used 5th edition D&D, dare I say, incorrectly, which is they got more interested in, they weren't interested in dungeons, right? They were interested in big epic stories of friendship, stories of adventure, stories of Critical Role-esque world building and story building with massive arcs and huge dramatic moments, right? Very epic high fantasy, very Dragonlance. Now, I didn't run Dragonlance in Dungeon World. I ran dungeons in Dungeon World, just like I ran dungeons in Dungeons and Dragons. And I will admit that when you start running Dungeon World like that, the problems that are inherent to this game become even more, come even more to the fore. But there's another layer to it, which is, for whatever reason, the world of dungeons kind of became the purview of the OSR, which is fine. And the world of storytelling, epic high-level fantasy storytelling, went to PBTA, which is to say that I think a lot of people that were picking up Powered by the Apocalypse games weren't looking for a dungeon crawler, right? The people who wanted a dungeon crawler wanted to go play, Adventure Conqueror King or Old School Essentials or Dolmenwood. Now, Dolmenwood just came out, but you know what I mean. They wanted to play something gritty with disease tables and, torches tracked into the, to the nearest tenth of a round, right? Those people, the people who wanted a gritty dungeon crawler, didn't want a pseudo narrative quantum GM expression game. They wanted, gritty rules. And the people who wanted super hardcore tactical games wanted, D&D or Pathfinder 2. So Dungeon World, I think, has sort of been lost in the sauce as a game. Now, again, other people have come out with other games like Chasing Adventure, which was written by Spencer. Here we go. Written by Spencer Moore, who is one of the co-leads of Dungeon World 2. So now, we'll also talk about, the elephant in the room. Sage LaTorra, after those initial years, basically kind of stepped out of the RPG space. Didn't really do too much. Adam Koebel was very active, ran a number of games and campaigns on YouTube, did a bunch of reviews of RPGs. There was an incident during a game where Adam Koebel made a very uncomfortable and inappropriate scene during a role-playing scene, and people got very upset. This was at the height of RPG cancel culture, which in some ways still goes on, but this was during the prime era of RPG cancel culture. I will say that I think he made a mistake. I will say I believe that the RPG audience completely overreacted. So I think both of those things can be true. And TLDR, he was run out of the entire industry. A man who I think changed the fate of gaming was basically run out of the industry completely, to the point where him even being a consultant on a project was enough to get that project canceled. From people, by the way, who never saw the original, weren't fans of the video, didn't watch his show, never even heard of the guy, but he got canceled. So again, I think he made a mistake. I don't think it was cool, but I also think the community made a mistake, and I don't think that was cool. Regardless, he is gone. He's out of the picture. So the Dungeon World license has just sort of been, the game has been sort of hanging and lamenting in eras for a long time. So Luke Crane, author of Burning Wheel, yes, that Luke Crane, who runs a publishing company, basically approached them and said, I want to buy you out lock, stock, and barrel. So he did that. He bought the full license. And because they were basically out the game, they agreed. Now, we don't know the exactitudes of that deal, but needless to say, they are completely not involved. So Dungeon World is now owned by Burning Wheel HQ, and Luke Crane then went and hired 2 new authors to develop Dungeon World 2. And here we get to the real meat before we get to the first look, which was they took a step back and they said, look, there is what Dungeon World is, there is what Dungeon World became, and there is what Dungeon World could be. And so rather than focusing on just making a Dungeon World 2 with a couple of tweaks and cleanups, they basically said, let's start over from scratch. And let's experiment and try something radically new. Because the reality, and I don't think that they are wrong, even though the name is fucking Dungeon World, my gut reaction is that I am one of the very few people who run and play Dungeon World in a dungeon. Okay. Sorry, my phone was buzzing and I was like, oh, is it something important? No, my Verizon auto pay just paid. I think most people are using Dungeon World or using games like it, like Chasing Adventure, Unlimited Dungeons. I could think of a couple dozen off the top of my head, to do, right, big, epic, found family type stories of epic adventure. And so thus this kind of problem, which is, you know, I mean, Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition kind of has this problem, right? They did a revision. They did 2024. Look, the truth of the matter is most people aren't running Dungeons and Dragons to run dungeon games. And yet 2024, a major revision, by the way, because remember, I still believe 2014 Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition was sort of a, you know, kind of a fun, nostalgic throwback, you know, one last time into the breach, my friends. Look, we get it. You guys didn't love 4th edition. Here's kind of an old school game with a modern aesthetic. You know, look at that. It's got, you know, you guys didn't like 4th edition because it was like focused on combat stuff. Look at this game. It's got torches. It's got crowbars. It's got pieces of chalk. It's got twine, right, in the equipment. And nobody plays 5th edition D&D like that. Yes, I mean, sure, maybe some people play 5th edition D&D like that, but nobody plays 5th edition D&D like that. And yet, in 2024, that shit's still in the player's handbook. So Dungeon World is kind of in this weird spot where they're like, how do we, you know, how do we accept the way that people are using our game while still trying to make it, you know, still feel like Dungeon World. So it is called Dungeon World 2, and it means that. Now, I am on the record of saying I believe, this is Derek, this is if Derek was a major publisher, which I may never be, but I believe that a game should come out, and after, we'll call it 3.5 years, but somewhere between 3 to 4 years, 3 to 5 years, give or take, a revision should come up for that game. Remastered should come out to that game. After 3 years, look, we've learned a lot. And I don't want to get into unless it's literally blowing up the game, I don't want to get into the constant errata, constant updating type game. But after 3 or 4 years, we have a better understanding of our game. We can do a better job of printing it. Let's go back and revise it and you know, remaster it. Maybe we change 10 to 15% of the game at most. Okay. Then another 3 to 4 years after that. So let's say somewhere around year 7 of that edition, I think, and maybe even a year before that, you start making a 2nd edition. And when I say 2nd edition, I mean a real change, right? Where as much as 30 or 40 or 50, 60% of the game fundamentally changes. I'm talking about like a 3rd edition to 4th edition type change, right? Or like a 2nd edition D&D to a 3rd edition D&D to a 4th edition D&D. And by the way, 2nd edition D&D was out from 89 to 2000. It's 11 years. 3rd edition D&D was out from 2000 to 2008. 8 years. And, you know, I think those are going to be big, big changes. Yes. So Dr. Waits. So PF2 came out in 2019. We got the remaster in what, 2020, let's call it 2024, right? 2025 or something, or 2024, 2025. I would love to see PF3 before 2030. You know? So I'm a believer of that. And I don't want, you know, just an update. I want it cleaned up. I want a new version of it. So yes, I'm a believer that, you know, I mean, I think that 10 years, which is what D&D 5e was, right? AD&D 2nd edition was 89 to 2000. That was 11 years. I think 10 to 11 years is like the longest period of time, you know? So now you're right, George, you know, but RPGs are also a business. I'm not going to lie to you. Here's the thing. Taking a step back for a moment, okay? Yeah, I could live with that pace, Beowulf. I could completely live with that pace.
Anonymous tip $10.
Well, Anonymous, I don't know who you were, but maybe it was Tundalus. He tends to be the person who misses the chat box. Thank you, Anonymous. If you want to claim your tip, by all means, please do so. So, I mean, as someone who is, as someone who is in the RPG business, I guess, I understand that there's a money-making concern to be made, Oh, Hesistant. Well, thank you so much, Z. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting that. So, as I was saying, before Zetrum so graciously interrupted us with $10, thank you again, Zetrum. That was very, very nice of you. Is that I think the games are better served by these, substantial changes, because then we actually get something new. But game companies have to sell books. That's how they stay in business. And so rather than have them beating a corpse to death, where we end up with what? The 29th class? It's like, how fucking low in the well are we? You know that there's that movie. I've never seen it. I've just seen clips of it. There's some movie where like there's an elevator that brings food down through a prison, and like everybody has like 10 minutes or 5 minutes to eat whatever they want, and then it goes down to the next level, and it goes down to the next level, so that by the time you get to the bottom of the prison, right, like the food left over is just disgusting. It's all like the bones and chicken heads. It's like completely unedible. It's just horrible. That's literally what I feel like as an edition goes on. Right? Where like you just, they beat that they suck these things dry. And we're left with like the 95th version of a class. And it's just, I would rather them say, look, we're going to do, I don't know, we're going to do our core classes. We're going to do a set of expansion classes that is really, really cool. And we feel really high, these are actually good classes. And then we are going to reboot, because after 8 years of playing this game, we have a lot of ideas, I would hope, about how we could do this game different and better. Different and better. And not only that, I don't need the same game for the 25th time. I have the original game. Don't just remake the game I already own. I own it. I have it. I have the hard copy. So fuck you. I could play it forever. I don't need, RPG second edition to be a carbon copy of RPG first edition, because I could play RPG first edition. So I have it. I own it. So yeah. Now, Tails, that's a great point. And I actually will, I will actually addendum this by saying sometimes in the end of an edition, because what you're actually talking about with Magic of Incarnate and Book of Nine Swords, they were play testing 4th edition in their 3.5 launch, or their 3.5 product line. So what they were really doing was they were getting ideas and sort of testing them out in their original books. So 100%. So that could actually be cool. That could be a great heartbeat. And I don't think I have it on my shelf, because I moved all my 3rd edition books into storage, because I had to, when I was thinking I was going to move, my 3rd edition books take up like an entire bookshelf on their own, because I have so many. But I remember I have my copy of Monster Manual 5. I think it came out the very last year of 3rd edition. And I wrote on the inside cover in Sharpie something like almost like a note or a letter, where I basically expressed how sad I was that there was this is such a cool book, and the edition was coming to an end, and I knew we were never really going to get a chance to play it. And that made me kind of really, sad. So, anyways, so you can't go too deep into the well. You got to strike a balance. For me, I think that balance is somewhere between, 6 to 9 years, right? Somewhere in that time span between editions. Depends on how complicated and also, do you have legitimately good ideas? Now, the idea, though, is still sound. Book publishers have to publish books in order to sell, in order to exist. So whether they're coming out with a brand new edition or not, you're getting something. And I would rather get something interesting and different. Which brings us to Dungeon World 2. Now, in Dungeon World 2, again, I have stayed back from the sort of discussions. I've been a part of the Discords, but for the most part, I have avoided getting too deep into it, because I just didn't want to get pulled in 18 different directions. Okay. My understanding is that they wanted to test some radically new ideas. Now, people like Spencer and Helena, the co-designers of this game, have a lot of extensive experience designing their own, dare I say, sort of epic storytelling fantasy games like Chasing Adventure, or working on games from Magpie like Masks and Avatar Legends. And as a result, they have, I think, a bias towards what I will call the anti-dungeon world. And when they originally released their Dungeon World 2 Blue and Dungeon World 2 Red, there was a lot of changes and updates in those games that made people kind of have knee-jerk reactions. Because, and this is why I think it's funny from the Dungeon World community, because the Dungeon World 2 community was like, no, you're killing our sacred cows, which is really funny because that's exactly what D&D players would say, you know, about Dungeon World. Like, it was really funny seeing everybody be like, you can't remove hit points. That's what makes Dungeon World Dungeon World. And I thought that was really funny to see the community overreact like that, because they were like, now I have said, on one hand, I love playing PBTA games that don't have hit points. I love the conditions. Okay, I love them. I love them in Avatar Legends. I love them in Thirsty Sword Lesbians. I loved them from the very beginning in Monster Hearts. But I understand that hit points makes it feel like D&D. And that's the real question. Should Dungeon World be PBTA D&D, or should it be something else? Should it be the premier fantasy adventure powered by the apocalypse game? And that's the real question. Is Dungeon World its own game, or is it just an attempt to emulate, okay? Is it just an attempt to emulate D&D through the lens of Powered by the Apocalypse? And I think, honestly, there are pros and cons to both. Because on one hand, hit points does make it feel like D&D. And I think that can do a good job of maybe making it easier for people to transition. I think it could be fun to play. I certainly grew up, you know, playing Dungeon World with hit points. But you also get the classic dilemma, right, of the 12 hit point dragon. And people look at the 12 hit point dragon and they look at the fighter playbook and they go, the fighter playbook can kill this dragon in, you know, 2 hits. What's the deal? How is that a dragon with 12 hit points? And then you get into this whole lengthy conversation about the importance of fictional positioning, and a move isn't an attack, and how moves trigger, and getting into the, like, again, there's a lot that people get wrong about PBTA, and I don't blame you. It's awesome. It's great. It is about as opaque as a fucking brick wall. It is so difficult to get it. And I know, and I'm not, you know, I used to want, I wanted to shit on people for a long time, but you know what? I have played it with so many people, and I have seen people get it wrong so many times that I know it's not you. In some ways, it is the game. So there's a part of me that says maybe the whole fundamental premise of Dungeon World is flawed. You know, is a game really a great game if it requires a highly skilled game master to be able to steer it, who can, you know, understand the nuances of when moves trigger, and that hack and slash isn't hack and slash unless you're hack and slashing, right? Like, and there's a lot of, you know, there's been a lot of, I know which guide you're talking about, River Ray. It's a good guide. So again, and I don't think reading Apocalypse World or Dungeon World, now I do think Dungeon World is well written. I think there's a lot of great stuff in here. But I will be honest with you, the people who wrote it, you know, Vincent McGay Breaker, Adam Coble, Sage Latora, right, Avery Alder, you know, they were deep in the sauce of Google Plus, indie design, you know, kind of this circle jerk of indie game designers, all kind of in an echo chamber. And they weren't designing for you. You know, they were designing for each other. And I firmly believe that. So I think that there is a lot of structural problems with the game. And I do think Daggerheart is a kind of Dungeon World too. And that is actually one of the big conversations that we had last year, Diomedes. We bought this at Gen Con 2025, which was right after Daggerheart came out. And there was kind of like a who's going to play Dungeon World 2 now? Now, I mean, look, I'm a fanboy. Again, I have the receipts, going back to the original Little Red Book. I even have my original, it was in a little, basically Sage and Adam printed them out on their printer at home. My playbooks, my original folded by Sage and Adam playbooks somewhere. They're one of my things from the game. But there was a lot of thought process of why would I play Dungeon World 2 when Daggerheart exists? And that is a great point to a certain extent. And if I'm being completely honest, and again, I hope I have proven my Dungeon World love, I'm kind of at a place where if I wanted to play something that I felt was PBTA forward, but also had some crunchy, fun mechanics to engage with and some, cool, interesting things for my character to progress and do, I'm probably going to play Daggerheart. And then if I want a real rules light, rock and rolling PBTA type experience in a fantasy adventure, I'm probably going to play World of Dungeons. Now, World of Dungeons is a micro light hack of Dungeon World by John Harper, the guy who made Blades in the Dark. And I'll be quite honest with you, for the last, 10 years, I don't even know, that's kind of been my go-to game to run, especially at conventions, right? The rules fit on a single page. It's basically Defy Danger the game. And to be clear, I think Defy Danger is at the heart of all of the PBTA games. I know that they say, I know I even said PBTA isn't a mechanic, but if it was, it is the Defy Danger move. And everybody at this point kind of knows what the Defy Danger move is, right? You roll the dice, right? When something happens that is important or dramatic or uncertain or where failure could have a real consequence, roll the dice. And if you roll badly, the GM will do something. It's never just you fail, nothing happens. If you roll badly, the GM will do something. If you roll really well, then you do it and there's absolutely no consequences. And then if you roll in between, you did it, but there's some kind of catch. There's some sort of question. There's some sort of a complication. And those 3 degrees of success, right? You do it, but, or you don't do it and something bad happens, are basically at the core heart of, I think, the PBTA style of gaming. So again, if I wanted something, Tales from Elsewhere saying, Daggerheart has a lot of bits and bops. It's got a lot of tracks and fiddly stuff. Sometimes Derek, who loves 4th edition D&D, sometimes I like fiddly stuff. Absolutely. But also sometimes, like when I'm going to a convention or whatever, I don't want a fiddly stuff. Or if me and my friends are drinking, which is, by the way, what Bob's birthday bash was. It was just us drinking. It was me converting World of Dungeons into a drinking game, by the way. So if I'm going to play that, I'm just going to play World of Dungeons. So I am very concerned about what we are going to find in this game because I don't know where they ended up going with it. And I know that during the course of the blue and the red and the purple, there was a version that used a D20. There was a version that got rid of hit points. And so, there's been a lot of what I will call, again, which is good. They're exploring the space. And my understanding is that, some versions had big support from one group and some versions had big support from another group. And I really think what it comes down to is there are some people who want Dungeon World to be D&D but PBTA. And there are other people who want, it to be something on its own, All right. Now, we have here a change log. You can see that there was that there made some changes in version red, and then this is the final change log in January. Again, this just got released February 1st. So none of this is really going to make sense to us. So we're going to kind of skip all of this. But you will see, by the way, this is the final alpha before the core rules of Dungeon World 2 are codified and the beta begins. All right. So this isn't the beta. This is the alpha. Okay. So there are previous ones. You can find them. They're all still available on Google if you kind of want to see the development process of this track. And we can see where we're at. But as far as I understand, this is going to be somewhat substantially what the game is going to be like. Obviously, the beta is going to, smooth things out, but we'll take a look. All right. Again, this is only a 65-page book, so, we'll get into it. Yes, Lionhead Gaming, I will submit feedback for this. Yeah. And I know there's 2 conventions I'm going to this summer. I don't know when the time period for the beta is, but there are 2 conventions I'm going to this summer that I don't have to run or man a booth at. So maybe I'll try to run some of this. Man, my eyes are getting bad. I can barely read any of that. I know Beowulf's one of those weird people who wants to be able to, wants to read everything. Unfortunately, it is landscape. So this is actually the game zoomed in. All right. Dungeon World 2 is a follow-up to the game released in 2012, which was a combination of D&D and Powered by the Apocalypse. It had the feel of 80s D&D, but with cutting-edge mechanics that made the experience streamlined and more narrative-oriented. Dungeon World 2 aims to bring the game forward, updating to the fantasy expectations and PBTA innovations that have become widespread over the past 12 years. So I think this sentence really tells us where we're at. Number one, there have been, innovations and updates. I think a lot of them championed by Magpie, but also by independent designers, but also this idea here, updating to fantasy expectations, right? The truth of the matter is what fantasy is now is very different, I think, from what fantasy was 10, 12, 15 years ago when this game was being, worked on and created. Fantasy was either classic Dungeons and Dragons or it was like Lord of the Rings. Now fantasy is more like, Vox Machina, Mighty Nine. It's a lot of anime shit. It's very it's more about kooky characters, their relationships, their arcs, their backstories, right? And that's, by the way, that's not a bad thing. I'm not trying to be old man runs the clouds, or screams at the clouds. I'm just acknowledging that it is what it is. I mean, yeah, that's, yeah. Tails says, agreed regarding fantasy's definition. Different generations have different cultural touch points. Absolutely. So I think that has changed. So here we go. There are some new additions to the game. Conditions represent your character's emotional well-being. So right off the bat, we have conditions. And again, if you're familiar with Avatar Legends or any of the Magpie games, you'll know that this is a part of the game. And I'm going to be this already is a big change in the game because Dungeon World wasn't about your character's emotional well-being. Now, never mind the fact that there are people, even in games like Avatar Legends, who hate the idea of emotional conditions because they tell your character how to feel. I love them. I think that's what makes a role-playing game a role-playing game. A game where you have to play a role. And just like any game, games have mechanics, and that means role-playing has mechanics. And if the role-playing doesn't have mechanics, then it's not a role-playing game. That's my hot take. How about that? Anyways, so I love this, but that is what we're reading right there is not this. Okay? It's not this. This wasn't about what your character thought or felt, This was about how much treasure you had and did you kill all the goblins or just some of them? So, conditions represent your character's emotional well-being, and conversations and relationships between PCs matter more than ever before. Right? So here we have it. It's about how your character feels. It's about your friendship. It's about your bonds, you know? Dungeon World 2 could not exist without its forebearers, including the original Dungeon World. Note that they're even kind of describing this as an inspiration, right? It's really written, this is not a sequel. This is its own game. And of course, no BPB game would exist without Apocalypse World. Shout out to Miguel and Vincent Baker. What's a TTRPG? Well, we know what those are. So, what is Dungeon All of World 2 all about? So, here we go. Look at this. I mean, you know what? I have to respect these authors a lot. Number one, I think Unlimited Adventures, which is what Spencer Campbell wrote, is really good. It's not Spencer Campbell, sorry. Spencer Reel is really good. But it's I appreciate that they know what they're talking about. They know their game. While Dungeon World was a game about adventuring for gold and glory, Dungeon World 2 aims to explore messy people embarking on a dangerous fantasy adventure and growing into a heroic found family. And there we have it at its core. I mean, that is almost the definition of Critical Role, right? It's very Guardians of the Galaxy-esque. It's very Marvel-esque, right? Marvel characters are all these kind of flawed characters, right? The whole Avengers theme was about the idea that, like, Iron Man had his flaws and Cap had his flaws and Hulk had his flaws and Black Widow had her flaws, but together they undertook heroic adventures and they grew into a heroic found family, right? And in each other, they found the strength to battle their demons and win and blah, 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 blah. So that, I mean, PCs embark on wondrous journeys, battle dangerous foes, take daring risks, enjoy quiet moments, and relax together as a team. They demonstrate their talents, explore their motivations, confide in their struggles, and grapple with their past. So these are very different games. These are very, very different games. Now, let's see what we have here. Oshirley says Dungeon Meshy. Dungeon Meshy definitely falls into that category, right? Of the sort of new fantasy adventure where, yes, it's about cool fantasy adventure, but it's also about, you know, dungeon hijinks and funny moments and, you know, all this other stuff, right? I don't know. Darkest Dungeons is also about, you know, quietly going insane. So I don't know if I would go quite that hardcore. Now, George says, see, this disinterests me. Fair. But here's my point, George. If you want to play a game about adventuring for gold and glory, you should go play this game. It's called Dungeon World. Like, we have this game, right? We already have that game. We have that game. That game exists. So why do we need that game again? See, I think, believe it or not, I actually think there's a lot of people who actually just want to buy the same game over and over and over again. And you know how I know that that's true? Because the OSR exists. The OSR, if nothing else, the OSR is a bunch of people who either were alive in the 80s or weren't even born until the 90s, who basically just love buying the same game over and over and over again. They want to spend money, and they want to spend it on RPGs, but by God in heaven, they just want to buy the same game over and over and over again. And they do, and they spend millions on Kickstarters. That is exactly what you just typed a few minutes ago. So you're right on the money there. George says, fuck that Marvel shit. Action, choice, consequences. Yes, Patrick. This was their very, very first pre-Kickstarter small publication release that was available in Gen Con, I think 2011. I own many versions of the right. I own BX. I own Labyrinth Lord. I own School Essentials. I own Dolmen Wood. I'm right there with you, man. I'm right there with you. You know, that's true. All for last. But you know what? You can't deny that not only is that popular, but like the Amazon show is popular, right? And by the way, okay, I mean, this is not doing Dungeon World 2 any favors. Okay, this is a very inappropriate relate. I shouldn't even say it, but it's like, this is Lord of the Rings. this is Rings of Power. That's not fair. That's not a fair assumption. But what I'm trying to say is like, this is what the studio execs think people want, right? They think they want character drama, soap opera in a land of swords and elves, right? So, inspiration. We got Lord of the Rings. Love it. Dragonlance Chronicles. Love it. And Legends. Both Dragonlance Chronicles and Dragonlance Legends, right? The Elric Saga. The Earthsea Cycle. My love. My favorite book series of all time. The Coming of Conan the Cimmerian. The Bloody Crown of Conan. The Conquering Sword of Conan. And the Book of Wonder. The 13th Warrior. Dungeons & Dragons. Honor Amongst Thieves. Which is a great example of sort of modern D&D, right? Here we go. The Guardians of the Galaxy. Wheel of Time. Legend of Vox Machina. Mighty Nine. Baldur's Gate 3. All the Dragon Age, Guild Wars games. Divinity games. So there you go. Like, yes, there is some stuff in here that I think still stands out, but you'll notice that the inspiration here fundamentally is, pulp adventure. It's big, heroic journeys. And, I think the Conan stuff in there is a little bit, it not really, maybe doesn't make sense, but the rest of it, 13th Warrior and Conan, I don't know what those two are doing in there, but the rest, well, you know what? 13th Warrior, if you think about it, 13th Warrior is a found family movie, actually, if you think about it. So yeah, actually, I actually give them 13th Warrior. So never mind. All right, sessions last 2 to 5 hours. Now again, respect. They understand. One of the things that I've always said about PBTA, while this game works well in long and short, Dungeon World 2 aims for a campaign experience of 8 to 12 sessions. Right? I always say this before. It's like a season of a TV show, right? It's you could play it as a movie, right, which is more like a single session game. But as I said, there's a lot of moves in the game, like making camp and ending the session, which really don't matter. But I think that most Dungeon World games, most PBTA games, and dare I say a lot of modern role-playing games, really work better if you start thinking of them as seasons of a television show rather than just some literal never-ending story. All right. So, we've got paper, pencils, rules, all this other stuff. Now, some of this I'm going to assume you know what a role-playing game is, and I'm not going to, go through everything here that is Dungeon World-esque. I have a lot of stuff on this channel about PBTA and Dungeon World. So, but everything here seems pretty normal about like the player's responsibility. They have to remember the moves that they have access to, collaborate with each other, role-play their actions and their emotions, engage with the world and its wonders and dangers and opportunities. Right. But the difference, Beowulf, is that, your character functionally cannot exist after 12 sessions. Like you could come back and play season 2, but you are playing a new character or you are playing a different character, or you are playing a very changed character, All right, here we have the conversation. At its core, Dungeon World 2 is about a group conversation in a shared imagination of space, often called the fiction or the narrative. The GM will present dramatic situations. The players will describe their response. The group checks if a move, capital M, is triggered. If a move is triggered, resolve it. And then the GM describes how things change. And this is the mechanical back and forth that we were talking about, right? We start with the GM describing the world in the fiction. So we're in the conversation layer. The players describe what they are doing in the fiction. It's a back and forth. At some point, the rules demand that we engage with them. And we check if a move triggers, and then we move to the mechanics layer. That move will resolve. And then after it resolves, we change and update the fiction accordingly, according to the move. There's a lot of stuff to unpack here, but it's important to note a couple of things. Number one, it's not about the GM deciding if a check is needed. In fact, it's not even a check. It's a move. Okay? Notice it says the group. It's not up to the GM if a dice need to be moved, rolled or not. Okay? The game system is not, it's not your It's not your servant. The game system is an equal partner at the table. So, you don't get to gainsay the move checking. In fact, again, a player has just as much responsibility to remind the GM or another player that, hey, a move is triggering and we have to engage with it. Not we should, we have to. Okay. And then if the move is triggered, you resolve it and we use the mechanics. And those mechanics must occur. And then we go back and change the fiction to update what happened because of the move. The group, anyone in the group, a majority or unanimous? What's if there's a debate? Tales from Elsewhere Games. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Well, thank you for stopping by, and yeah, definitely check us out later. Hey, look, it's Primark. That's Spencer. What's going on? Hey, what's up, Spencer? Welcome. You just missed me describing my lengthy history with Dungeon World and us talking about why games change and why editions need to be different. So again, Beowulf, to answer your question, generally speaking, I mean, I would, I guess at the end of the day, the GM probably has the ultimate say, but I mean, if you're really debating about whether a move triggered or not, maybe you're playing with the wrong group. But I will say this, in many games that I have played, one player will will speak up and say, hey, I think a move should have triggered there. And 99% of the time, like, everyone will go, oh yeah, okay. Or it's usually because there's not a good enough page setting, right? Like for example, somebody might say, oh, should we be, shouldn't that trigger a parlay move? And the GM will say, well, oh, okay, no, because, or like, wait, are you actually asking them for something? Like, do you want them to do something? Or are you just like, are you just conversating with them? Right? Like, there's this idea of like doing it. It's like making sure we all understand and like, are we on the same page or not? And so a lot of times there might be a miscommunication. Somebody might say something and mean something differently. And so sometimes there's a moment, which I think is great. One of the things I like about most of the PBTA games that I play is there are a lot of pauses. I know this ruins verisimilitude for some people. I know it ruins immersion for some people. But as I said, I think immersion is overrated. And Emmanuel Galetto of Fabula Ultima thinks immersion is dangerous. I don't know if I would go so far as to say it's dangerous. I definitely think it's overrated. I like taking a step back and saying, hey, hold on a sec. Let's talk about what's going on in our game. Does everybody agree with this? Is this where we're at? Like, I think that's totally fine to do. Like, it's like when you're watching a movie with your group of friends and you push pause in the middle of the movie to, like, make sure everyone understands what's going on. Now, I know some people hate that. I'm actually one of those people who loves that. I like pausing it and like discussing it and talking about the stuff that we're doing. Anyways, again, I don't play role-playing games to be immersed. I play role-playing games for the collaborative story building experience with my group. So, all right, check out building an MTG deck. What kind of MTG deck? Like a standard deck, a legacy deck, a vintage deck, or a commander deck? Womp 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 womp. I just think nowadays it's always commander, but maybe I could be surprised. I don't play Commander. I don't play Magic anymore, but I used to. Okay. So again, a lot of these are basic principles, and I don't want to beat them to death because we've covered these ad infinitum in the course of the game. But we play to find out. No one, not even the GM, should have any total certainty of what's going on. Great stuff. Best practices, all the great advice that we would expect to see in these games, and they seem to be really good here. So, we talk about the scenes, and again, there's a little bit more, I think, of that more modern PBTA shift towards envisioning the game as a movie or a TV show, and one of those ways is through scenes. And if like for example, Root for Magpie, and I think Avatar and a bunch of games, but they talk about the importance of framing, hard framing and soft framing, and the GM's job to control the camera, right? And set up these new scenes and, cut to the important bits. And as they say here, skip the boring stuff. Now, of course, what's boring will highly depend on what all the participants consider fun, so it might take you a white time to figure it out. But I am a big believer that there does not need to be a one-to-one relationship between what's happening in your game and what's happening at your table. I am completely fine, eliding time and moving to something that's going to be really interesting. In fact, this reminds me of a whole section from Root where they talk about hard framing and cutting straight to like to a meeting with the Marquis State General and them slamming their paw against the desk and saying, "So what will it be? Will you free your friends or will you face execution?" Right? And you're like, we skipped all the other stuff that you would, traveling to the Marquis State's castle, talking to the guard, entering through the courtyard, getting introduced, having the initial pleasantries of the conversation. We've cut all of that out and just skipped, right to the dramatic point of the scene. Now, again, for people who play role-playing games to, be immersed and live this imaginary real life, this could be very jarring and not appropriate. But I think PBTA as a structure, but certainly Dungeon World 2, is taking a approach of we're here not to, be, a life sim. We're here to be a storytelling game. So again, good stuff. And we've got all the, hopefully they do a better job of explaining this than in other games, things like the fictional positioning. We've talked about the importance of having fictional positioning. Things like there isn't a rule probably in Dungeon World that says that a diminutive pixie can't pick up and swing a great axe. And so we don't need a rule for that because we have this shared understanding of what our fictional reality is. Now, maybe in our world, pixies have this, it's almost like they're like Ant-Man from Marvel. They have this freakish, diminutive strength, magically empowered, and maybe they can, wield great axes. So then later on, when a pixie goes to bend bars, lift gates, and pick up a massive, huge, gate, we might say, oh yeah, you absolutely can do that. And this is what's important about the fiction first. Okay. All right. So let me describe again. There's a lot of ways to describe fictional positioning, Sveti. So I will try this. Imagine that we'll actually take a different approach. Imagine that your character is a pixie, and we have established that your character, your pixie, is not super strong. Your character is about as strong as a 1 foot little sprite fairy person would be. Okay. Which is to say, not particularly strong. Okay. Now imagine that your character had a mechanic on their character sheet that said they could bend bars and lift gates. And in our game, we described this massive iron portcullis, which is beginning to fall. And you describe your pixie flying up and stopping it. And you think you're going to trigger your bend bars, lift gates ability because it's on your character sheet, right? So of course you can use it. And that's the way it works in what I will call mechanics first games. In a mechanics first game, if it's on your character sheet, if you have the feat, if you have the power, you get to use it. That's the way the game rules work. What's going on in the world, does it make any sense, is kind of to be damned. In our game, when you fly up to grab that collapsing iron portcullis, and you say, maybe you get ready to roll your dice, but we have established that pixies aren't strong. In fact, pixies are very weak. I'm going to tell you that move, that ability doesn't trigger because you don't have the fictional positioning. You don't have our imaginary real world ability to meaningfully affect this iron gate in that way. And again, there's a knee-jerk reaction to go, but it's on my character sheet. I got it through my class. I know. And that's difficult for a lot of people to accept, So Primark, who is the author of this game, says the simplest example of fictional positioning I can think of is, what weapon are you holding when you attack? That's usually a fictional thing, but often has different mechanics with it. Yes, so, right, like you're holding a weapon, that's the weapon you attack with. Why am I attacking with that weapon? Because that's the weapon that's in my character's, arm. then why would they be able to use it? Well, then when would they be able to use it? Zipper fist, maybe they can't. Maybe if it's a pixie, I don't know, pixie-sized portcullis. Right. I cut the rope with my mace, and that's a great example of that, right? If someone goes to cut the rope with their sword, I might just say, okay, you do it. If they try to cut the rope with their mace, you're going to say, I can't do it, right? Now, some games, like 3rd edition D&D, they created these elaborate tables of material hardness, and rope had hardness 10 that was beatable by slashing weapons, and it creates the same effect through tables and rules and hardness values and double values, and it does all the same thing, but it does it through this really complicated set of rules. Fictional positioning just says, look, we have a GM for a reason, and they can make that call. We have players for a reason. They can make that call. Okay. So we've got 5 stats. They got rid of Constitution. Okay, interesting. So we had an original Dungeon World had the 6 stats. This has 5 stats. Now, of course, remember, I am a believer. I don't believe in the 6 stats. And in fact, I've said many times that I'm fine ditching Constitution and putting it into strength, calling it might. I'm also fine, kind of merging intelligence, wisdom, and charisma into 2 stats. I'm fine having sort of a physical active and a physical reactive, and then a mental active and a mental reactive. Bring comeliness back, 2026. So all in all, I think this is a really good improvement. Also, Constitution was a weird one in PBTA, in Dungeon World. I really only think it was used for defend. And even with defend, I sometimes felt like it would be more appropriate to potentially use a different stat. So, yeah. What's up, Dirty Phil? Release the birthday bash and all the videos with all the anime craziness, actual play that got out of control with all the tips. Thank you, Dirty Phil. Appreciate you. Yes, that is the famous video where Bob tried to play like an anime game and I wasn't having it. When he was trying to run up swords and do all sorts of crazy One Piece shenanigans. Beowulf says more stats, more better. I have to completely disagree. We still roll 2d6. And you roll 2d6 and you add your stat. And we still have our basic mechanic here. 10 or higher means that you get what you want. 7 through 9 is a mixed success. And 6 or minus means it didn't go as well as you want. Thirsty Sword Lesbians, I think actually had the best terminology for this. They called it an upbeat, a mixed beat, and a downbeat. And I liked calling that rather than calling it, a success, or even calling it worse, a miss. I liked calling it a downbeat instead of a miss. Interestingly, Dungeon World was one of the games that if you rolled a 6-, you oftentimes marked an XP. So this meant that you got a little bit of you got XP for your troubles, which number 1 meant you didn't feel as bad. You rolled badly and you at least get to mark an XP. But number 2, it also means that it encouraged you sometimes to do stuff that you weren't really necessarily that good at because you might get XP from it. So pretty cool. GM still doesn't roll dice. And this, of course, is the number 1 reason that Derek loves PBTA. I hate rolling dice as a GM, and I'm always happier when I don't have to. Now, this is one of the advantages. This came out, and Spencer, you're here. I don't know if this was like Homebrew World. I don't know if it was like Homebrew World that first did this, but I first remember reading it from Homebrew World, where it basically introduced advantage and disadvantage to PBTA games. And it's just rolling 3d6 and taking it, taking the 2 best ones or taking the 2 worst ones. And it's a very elegant, wonderful, incredible mechanic. And the moment I saw that, I immediately stole that. And I've used it in pretty much every PBTA game I've played since then, especially when I'm running World of Dungeon games at cons and stuff like that. Number one, people get what advantage is. Number two, it feels very tactical, it feels very tactile. It feels meaningful, I think, in a way that just giving someone a +2 doesn't. Rolling more dice, and then, getting to see that really shitty one that you don't have to take, and instead you take the 4 and the 6, right? You feel good about it. So I don't know the math for it, Sveti, but it's better. Let's just call it that. Primarch saw it in Homebrew World. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. So again, that was a really, really, really great rule. And of course they cancel each other out, blah, 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 blah. Ooh, we have some inverse moves. Okay. So the first game that I saw with inverse moves was like a Magpie game. It was either Masks or Avatar Legends that had a game where you wanted to roll low, which is the idea that, like, if your character has a really high stat in something, it actually makes you more likely to fail. There you go. It's roughly 1.5 to a roll, but it's actually much more complicated in reality, right? Because what it does is it shifts, right? On average, it's adding 1.5. But what it does is it really eliminates the possibility of your lowest results, right? Like, it might only be plus 1.5, but we tend to think of that in a very linear shift, right? But you're not shifting a linear series. You're shifting a bell curve. So it's shifting the kurtosis of the curve to the right or to the left. But yeah. So here we have it. Hit points. Now, wait a second. This game says it has conditions, but it also has hit points. Well, I thought for sure that they would have dropped hit points. Huh. Wow. Okay. I am shocked. I'm kind of surprised. Huh. Okay. Patrick, emotional conditions. Wow. Okay. I am surprised here. And yeah, sure enough, it's an abstraction, physical well-being. When they suffer damage, they decrease their hit point, representing scratches, wounds, willpower, or fatigue. So it's just sort of a general, endurance, physical approximation. No, we don't allow links. Sorry, my thing bans it because the bots love to post links, unfortunately. Hey, look at that. What up, 4th edition D&D? We got bloodied. When a character has less than half their maximum HP, they're bloodied. While bloody, your injuries become obvious to all, and characters will react accordingly. You also have disadvantage on all battle moves. Okay, battle moves. Some moves or mechanics might reference being bloodied, and if an NPC has half or more HP, they are considered bloodied. Interesting. Okay, so NPCs have hit points too. All right. When you get to 0 hit points, you're dying. They need to face death, which is a move, obviously. While most NPCs are knocked out or pinned, slain, or otherwise defeated, PCs that face death and survive are maimed. They remain at 0 hit points and cannot take significant action to another aid without another character's aids, but they can provide aid to others. Further damage dealt to someone maimed will kill them for sure. All right. Armor. Sounds like it's a bit like Daggerheart. They can spend a use of their armor to reduce the amount of damage taken. Okay. NPCs don't have armor, just like in Daggerheart. They just have additional hit points. And here we have the conditions. These are literally the Avatar. These might be literally the Avatar Legend conditions, are they? Let's see here. We have afraid. Oh, we don't have. Oh, yeah, we have frightened. Okay, afraid. Angry. We have angry. Guilty. Okay, we don't have guilty. We have exhausted instead. Insecure and troubled. Maybe masks instead. Yeah, I mean, it's all kind of the same at a certain point. Let's see if it's a masks. we're being PBTA nerds now. Conditions. Angry, afraid, guilty, hopeless, insecure. No, okay, so it's not quite a copy of it, but it's basically the same basic ideas. By the way, you can see that there's one condition. Now, a lot of people don't know this. Dungeon World, the original Dungeon World, did have conditions, but they were they weren't as emotionally rooted, okay? They were called debilities, and they affected each of the stats. And they were much more like, you're exhausted, you're dazed, you know what I mean? It was much more, it was less about your emotional condition and more about like kind of almost an external condition upon you. These, with the exception of exhausted, are very, I think, more emotional driven, right? Angry, distracted, frightened, insecure. I guess it's really tough to do one for strength, but even exhausted has a kind of a mental weariness to it, I suppose, even in a certain sense. So there's a little bit of it's sort of an evolution of Dungeon World's abilities. So there you go. Oh, it has 3 states: clear, marked, locked. Okay, hold on a second. I believe in the original Dungeon World, it was weak. Yes, that sounds right. That does sound right. Ability scores. I don't remember what they were myself. But yeah, weak sounds right. I think exhausted might have been the one for con, but yeah, weak sounds right. All right. Now we're going to a Dungeon World character sheet. Let's see here. Jesus Christ. I wish there was a way on Google for it only to ever show me large images. All right. I don't know what it was. All right. Anyways, doesn't matter. Okay. So when you have a condition, you can either have it empty, in which case you don't have the condition, a marked, which means you have the condition, or locked. This rare state has the circle fully filled in. Not only do you have this condition, but it won't be cleared by normal circumstances. Only effects that specify that they clear locked conditions can do so, such as enjoy your downtime. Interesting. Okay. So we have this idea of sort of, sounds like there's sort of 2 resource, play patterns, right? There's sort of maybe more of a short-term condition versus a sort of long-term condition. Primarch says, one thing to note about conditions in Dungeon World 2, unless there are special circumstances like emotional magic, conditions are basically all opt-in. You choose to mark them to do things. Okay. Other things don't force you to take them. Okay, interesting. Got it. Okay. So that is okay. So it's not right because see, in games like Avatar Legends, or Root or Masks, like when you would take damage, like you instead take a condition from like the GM, basically, right? And so that's what that game used. That game literally, Thirsty Sword Lesbians, for example, literally uses these emotional conditions to represent damage. And while that's very cool, it can be a little weird sometimes. I will fully admit that. And so this sounds a little bit more almost like Dragonbane, right? Where you can't acquire those conditions earlier, but one of the ways you acquire those conditions is by pushing your character. It's a voluntary decision that you make. So when you do receive a condition, you choose a clear one on your sheet, you mark it, and describe how your character receives it. While they have the condition, they suffer its associated penalties, and can use the questions to inform how they might decide them. When a PC has no more condition, they trigger reach your limits. Cool. So Kyoja says, my thing with the emotional conditions is that it steps into the realm of the game telling me how my character reacts to a situation, which feels like it's taking an aspect away from role-playing. So Kyoja, I completely respect that belief. However, I firmly and fully believe that actually it is the complete opposite. I think that the game telling me how to feel is actually a role-playing game, right? I think that's what makes role-playing into a game instead of role-playing just being a, little activity that we do for funsie. Think about like an improv show. Improv shows almost never just say, go improv whatever you want to do. Improv shows almost always involve some sort of, something shouted from the audience, something pulled out of a hat, right? The idea of the challenge and the fun of being in that sort of role is sort of having something forced upon you and having to figure it out and having that mental fun, puzzle, challenge of making it work. So I consider that actually to be what makes role-playing interesting. When people can just role-play however they feel like they want to, I think that is boring, right? Like I think that would be like going to an improv show where the actors on stage can just make up and do whatever they want. I don't think that would be very interesting. So we still have XP. We still have levels. You get it when you roll a 6-, well, certain times. When you get 5 XP, you level up and you get to choose an advancement from your class sheet. Advancements with a box can only be chosen once. Advancements with a diamond or an infinity symbol have no limits on how often they can be chosen. Classes are your core fantasy archetype. Barbarian, bard, cleric, druid, yada, yada, yada. Paths. So we have subclasses, apparently. Apparently this was a way to maybe this was an olive branch to try to get 5e players to play Dungeon World. I really can't think of anything else about this other than I mean Kyojin, again, this is kind of a tangent here. It is restrictive, but I think restrictions breed creativity, and I think it's actually way more fun and way more interesting. Conflicts. Conflicts represent a character's central dramatic struggle, whether that's against someone specific, the world, or themselves. They are ultimately a question about who the PC is, what matters to them, and what choices they will make. By default, they do not start with conflicts, but they gain one when they level up. So it sounds like it's kind of like a torch bearer belief goal type, creed type mechanic as well. We just did a stream recently about relationships and bonds, and we talked about Dungeon World's bonds system, and we talked about how we really like it. Eventually PCs might also gain bonds with each other, which represent a deep, consistent connection or dynamic between them. See page 42. We have some tags. These are often purely narrative, while others are mechanical. So this is the game's mechanical language. You have equipment. This version of Dungeon World 2 does not track inventory load. You can carry as much sense as makes sense in the narrative, which is already going to make people go like, rah, rah, rah. And again, if you're playing a game, if you're playing this and you're playing in the Caves of Chaos, which, I have done many, 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 many times, you care about load and you care about weight. But if you're trying to play Marvel Guardians of the Mighty Nine, you don't really care about tracking, load. Juniper Gravestock says, oh, thank God. Whenever anybody says that, I always imagine that scene from Waterworld where the old guy who sits down in the oil and just measures the depth of the oil. And then Kevin Costner's character, right, the mariner, drops the road flare. and it into the oil vat. Yeah. So Primark says that you start with relationships, which are like Dungeon World 1's bonds. Dungeon World 2's bonds are much more significant and represent leveling up your relationships. So there you go. We've talked about like wanting to mechanize friendship. We have magic item, treasure, which it looks like it's been sort of, abstractified into 1 treasure, 2 treasure, 3 treasure, 4 treasure, 5 treasure, which is good. Let's see here. We've got our, very similar to, yes, I should clarify that. Yeah, it's very similar to Daggerheart Treasure, in some ways, but, excuse me. I'm a big fan of that, especially if the game isn't about that, right? So we've got safety tools, we've got session 0, all that other stuff that we don't need to. It's important, but we don't need to really focus about this too much. All right. When you make a character, you choose your class, you consider your origin, even though it doesn't have any specific mechanics. You read your starting move and try to understand it. You pick your equipment, you choose your stats, choose your name and pronouns, you introduce your PC, and you create your relationships. Every PC has a relationship with every other PC, such as a belief, an event, a goal, a feeling related to them. Each class lists some examples. Relationship depth starts at 0, but increase it by 1 if you've adventured together before, and increase it by 1 if you grew up together. Ooh, I'm already intrigued. Again, we talked about how it'd be cool to have a game. Again, this is doing something different than Dungeon World 1, and I'm okay with it. I have Dungeon World 1. Not only do I have Dungeon World 1, I have Homebrew World, I have Inverse World, I have Chasing Adventure, I have Unlimited Adventure, I have Fantasy World, I think is another one. There's a million hacks of Dungeon World. I don't need more Dungeon World. I want something different. I want it to be, somewhat same, but I want something substantially different. And this is a game that sounds like it's really about, again, that found family, that building that relationships, creating and building enough stuff with each other in the game. Again, what do I say? What gets measured gets managed. Optional rules. If your group is already familiar, we can cart with some conflicted origins or accelerate, start at a higher level, or start with your own different stats. Okay. Player best practices. Connect with the world, great. Explore the characters, awesome. Play as a team, yes. Chase risks, love it. Embrace adversity, wonderful. Move reference. Adventure moves. When you help a fellow PC accomplish a task, you aid a companion. Now, I am gone on record by saying I hated the original Dungeon World aid mechanic, so I'm really curious to see how aid a companion has changed. When you act despite an imminent danger or obstacle, you defy danger. And again, World of Dungeons is basically defy danger of the game. And I think you could basically play 90% of PBTA games with just defy danger. So we'll see how that is handled. When you search your memory for important information about a subject, you recall lore. When you study someone in a conversation, you sense the motive. When you slip, and by the way, if it goes without saying, we'll see. Slip through or hide, you sneak past. When you convince or manipulate an NPC, you influence choice. Interesting. This used to be called parlay in Dungeon World 1. When you gather your party and venture forth on a significant journey, you undertake a journey. And when you closely examine a tense or mysterious situation or occasion, you unearth secrets. Now, this used to be called discern realities, which sounded a lot cooler, but I guess unearth secrets is fine. All right. Now, those are the moves that'll happen during an adventure. And in some ways, by the way, a PBTA game, one of the best ways that you can figure out is what does a PBTA game care about is looking at the core moves, not the moves that are on your playbook that are specific to your class or whatever, but looking at the core games. Because this isn't to say that these are the only things that you can do in the system. Far from it. But what it's saying is that it's a great podcast, by the way, River Ray. Discern Realities. It's a fantastic podcast. I love it. Or I don't know if it still makes new episodes, but it did back in the day for sure. But the core moves tell you this is what this game cares about mechanically. Because remember, in Dungeon World or in PBTA, it's not like something that the GM gets to decide to do or not, right? If you are slipping through or hiding from a danger or obstacle, then the sneak past move is going to trigger. So that means this game cares about mechanizing sneaking through danger or obstacles, and that's important for our understanding of the game. Now, character moves are a little bit more like, procedural and deal with certain consequences. Like if you get to 0 hit points, when you make camp, when you keep watch, when you level up after you get 5 XP, right? Very basic. Now, this is new. Battle moves. Now, quick side tangent. I am one of the few people on Earth, I think, that likes Avatar Legends combat exchanges. And the reason I like combat exchanges in Avatar Legends is because of a fundamental flaw that exists, in my opinion, in PBTA battle mechanics, which is that everybody in a D&D type game or in an Avatar Legends, Avatar Last Airbender type game is going to want to attack. And they're going to want to attack, roughly once a round. There isn't a round, but you know what I mean. Everybody's going to want to get a chance to do something. And that means you're making a lot of rolls. And the problem with making a lot of rolls in PBTA is that leads to a lot of 6 minuses and a lot of complications. And what that ends up meaning is that the game can kind of spiral out of control. And I've seen a lot of people who handle running a PBTA game, Dungeon World or whatever, just fine until it gets to combat. And that's where they lose their shit. And by the way, I'm seeing that even with Daggerheart, which while it isn't a PBTA game, a lot of GMs just, use the player, missed or rolled with fear. I'm going to use my move to just attack the player. The problem is that in Daggerheart, when you attack a player, the GM is rolling a dice. They're making an attack roll. In PBTA, okay, like, for example, in a classic Dungeon World situation, I describe, all right, my dwarf leaps down off of the broken pillar and brings his axe down on the orc, right? And I make my hack, and the GM goes, the orc raises his, rusty scimitar, hack and slash. And you roll a 6 minus. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to, I can make as hard of a move as I want. Okay, so I guess maybe I could describe the orc dealing damage to the player. Okay, great. But maybe I make a softer move instead, and I describe some other situation happening. And then the player decides, well, I'm going to defy danger. And then the player rolls another 6 minus. And that triggers another problem. So now I have to escalate the combat even further. It can get out of pocket. So I can handle it okay because I've been doing it for a long time, but I will admit that it was, it can create problems. So in my opinion, Avatar Legends, even though people don't necessarily love it, the conflict exchange system does solve a lot of these issues. I'm not going to get into why it solves them, but just that it does. But these are all new. Needless to say, these are all new. So we'll have to take a look at these. Okay, here we go. This is the meat and potatoes. Oh. Hold on a sec. We got to get it right here. What do I want here? Okay. I'm actually going to do this.
I am strong.
The number one problem with helping in Dungeon World was that it involved a dice roll. I do not think helping should ever involve a dice roll. I only want the main character rolling dice. Number 2, I don't like helping for free. It creates game balance problems. In 5e, you can help for free. In Dragonbane, you can help for free. And you know what? It's boring and it's problematic, and it just becomes this game of I help them. This, and by the way, this is very I would say, inspired by Magpie and all that other stuff. Yes, in combat. What about outside of combat? What does that mean? So this is fantastic because you have to mark a condition, and then they get a benefit. They can roll with advantage, which feels awesome and sizable and real. They can ignore a penalty, and they can use it effectively where they otherwise couldn't. Right? You're giving them fictional position to do so. You can even aid multiple times. You just get to choose each of these potential options. So, very cool. I'm a big fan of this. So, aid companion already better than the help move from Dungeon World 1. So, 1 point. Now, there is a cost. You may, when you help a fellow PC accomplish a task, you may mark a condition for them to choose one benefit for their next move. So, if I want to help a PC out, I have to become angry, distracted, exhausted, frightened, or insecure. So, at least as I read it right now. But all right, defy danger. Okay. Now, of course, Act Under Fire was the original move from Powered by the Apocalypse. And then what Dungeon World called it was defy danger. And what Dungeon World did is it made it so that you could use any stat. Oh, well, to do it, Beowulf. There's kind of right. The fiction begets the mechanic. If you're doing a move, you're doing a move, right? You can't do a move without triggering it in the fiction. And if you trigger it in the fiction, you're doing the move. So, no, you're not actually right. That is true. The rule does say you may. So you're right. The rule there. So you know what? You are right. This move will trigger, but you don't have to. So you are correct. But I just want to point out that you are triggering the move. But you are correct. It does say you may. So there you go. Very good. All right. So, anyways, Defy Danger is theoretically supposed to use each of the stats, which was a change from Act Under Fire, but we're very different here. Right. The move, it fizzles on resolution, right? There's no target. You didn't pay the cost, so it fizzles upon resolution. When you act despite an imminent danger or obstacle, describe how you deal with it, then roll plus strength if you break, power through, all the basic stuff. Dex if you outpace, dodge, hide. Int if you notice, analyze, predict. Whiz if you connect with it, scrutinize it, mentally endure it. Charisma if you charm to seize. Ooh. On a 10 plus, you do it, but choose 1 below. On a 7 through 9, you do it, but you choose 2 below. On a 6 minus, your efforts are thwarted or go terribly wrong. Mark 1 XP and mark make a move. All right. It drains or rattles you. Mark a condition. Doing so draws unwanted attention or escalates the situation. Soft move, basically. You spend, pay, or sacrifice something to do it. Name what it is. The GM might demand more. Okay. So, what we're getting here. So, to be clear, originally Defy Danger was very similar to this, except on a 10 plus, you just avoided the danger entirely. What this is making happen is that even on a 10 plus, you still have to pay something. And that is interesting. Now, I don't hate this because I understand that from like a perspective of the game and the narrative, it means that if you're in a tough spot, if you're being asked to defy the danger, right, things have already escalated to the point where there's going to be consequences. And I should also point out that you never actually have to choose the hard move, right? The player chooses, not the GM. So you can always choose to escalate the situation, right? A good way of thinking, this is super, super hardcore deep, although this is, again, more on the GM side. So this is actually good. This is on the player side. But like in Forge in the Dark games, one of the options that you have at your one of the options you have in your belt is the ability to decay the fictional position. In Blades in the Dark, you have this idea of controlled, risky, and desperate positions. And one of the consequences that you can have from a mixed success is just that the situation decays. So a controlled position becomes risky, a risky position becomes desperate. It doesn't have any immediate consequence. It just means that future consequences could be more secure. So it's a little bit like punting the consequences down the road a little bit. And, it's kind of a push your luck type of mechanic. Yeah, I don't know. All for last. I mean, I certainly, Defy Danger has always been a catch-all move. Actually, Defy Danger, this is a tangent on top of our tangent that we're tangenting on. Defy Danger is probably the number one most messed up thing that people fuck up with when they play PBTA. They call for it way too often. They call for Defy Danger the way that people call for checks in, a D&D game, right? Like, and they shouldn't, right? So that's a big part of the problem. Primark said here, what's up, Vin? Good to see you. Came for 3 seconds, saw the tiny cap on screen, and I already hate the system. So Primark says each alpha version had a different take on this. Blue had a currency, Defiance. I don't think I would have liked that. Red used con specifically, which is a little bit more like PBTA. And now you can see finals here as well. To add some context to the move, there are several advanced moves that let you choose 0 here. Got it. Under various circumstances. Okay, good to know. When you search your memory for an important question about a subject, ask the GM one question about it. Answer the questions below. Then roll +1 for each yes. Interesting. Okay, so they've kind of gotten to the question build a modifier type moves. Yeah, I know. Apparently, some people had a problem with their caching issue. I assure you that the actual loaded thing is or it's supposed to be Dungeon World 2, but some people were having some problems with the thumbnail. So this is okay. Into this game isn't memory, it's real-time information processing. Everyone has valuable life experiences they can learn from, and they want to respect for it. So this is an area where so the way I've always done spout lore is the way I do spout lore is I use spout lore as a way for players to declare narrative truths. I let them alter the fiction. So the way I've done spout lore is I make it so that the player can make something real, and then they make a check, and then it's either right. It's what they said is real, or it's what they said is real is true, but it's not quite the way they remembered it, or maybe it is somewhat similar, or they were mistaken and it's worse than they imagined too. So I've sort of that's a Derek thing, the way that I change spout lore, because I want it to be more of an option for the player to sort of have a narrative impact. And I love the idea of the intelligent character, whatever, having that ability to sort of, or even just any character really, but being able to modify that. Now, I like that this isn't just tied to int, so that, like you said, every character has their own experiences and their own, basis. But it's a little weird that it's not int. Also, I mean, I guess it depends on how often you're making this check, but it's weird that you get a +1 if it's the first time you've encountered this subject, but then you're less likely to recall lore if you encounter it a second time. That's a little weird. But so one of the things that I've always appreciated is stuff like this, right? Like because a lot of times when a player would spout lore, and again, I allow them to add their own elements to it. I would ask them a question like, how do you know this? Why do you know this? Right. And I like the idea of, the player, sort of, giving it, they're sort of add that information in about why they know what they know. All in all, though, I don't dislike this move. To be clear, I didn't like the original Dungeon World 1 spout lore move. So a case in point, I changed it completely. Primarch says, I like that a lot for my own playstyle. I think talking about, kind of a more player narrative control type move. But we didn't want the default move to cross the line, so to speak, and I respect. Very cool. So, all right. And by the way, I've said this before, but one of the keys to player agencies is players having knowledge. And one of the things that I really appreciate about this move is, this is basically like D&D has this problem where you have these great tools for gaining information about stuff in a dungeon. People don't use them anymore. Instead, they just roam around the dungeon blindly and wonder why they get bored. But you're supposed to use spells like divination and locate object and augury and, all that other stuff. Contact other plane or whatever to get basically to solve the mystery before you do the mystery. What I love about this is it's literally a way to sort of, basically ask the GM, like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, what caused this? Hey, where is this thing located? And there's there's this natural knee-jerk reaction from GMs to be like, I'm not going to tell you that. And it's like, well, no, how am I supposed to play the game then? So I actually appreciate that this helps move the game along in a very meaningful way. And I think having these example questions really highlights how powerful this move is supposed to be. Right? I mean, this is not quite metagaming, but I mean, to a certain extent, because again, it asks you to explore it in the campaign, why you might know this. The fact that you get a +1 bonus, if it's important to what my character cares about, indicates that this is a little bit of a, almost kind of a gamist, kind of a narrativist gamist mechanic. It's not simulationist. There's an element here of it being narrativist and pushing you towards, hey, this is important to you, so you know about it. All right, anyways. Sense motive. So, that was another, we were talking about stupid PBTA terms. Normally this would say something like hold to, which is another stupid PBTA-ism. On a 10+, you can ask their player 2 questions during this conversation. If they're an NPC, ask the GM. On a 7 to 9, ask 1. These questions can be about the character's thoughts, feelings, or motivations. The players will answer truthfully, even if the character being sensed might not. So, again, want something that's really going to rankle people's bones. Like, I can use this against another player at my table, and the player has to answer for the truth, even if the character doesn't. So what that basically means is, what I would describe it as, I would say, okay, my character is going to lie to you and tell you that he doesn't care what his parents think. But the truth is, my character does care what my parents think, very much so. So I, the player, am telling you this, but in game, my PC is not. And to me, this is so indicative of how important and crucial and amazing and empowering this type of mechanic is from a role-playing game perspective. Because so often, especially when you play with things that are very, I would say, overly immersion forward, I know that my character really cares about my parents. And then somebody asks me about my parents, and I tell them in character, like, I don't care what those people think. And in my mind, I'm like, I'm going to say it in a sort of sneaky way, that hopefully the other people at the table will figure out that my character actually does care about it. Like, no, I'm not paying attention to your character that much. I'm trying to remember, you know, what a D8 looks like. This is, you know, this is cool because this separates the sort of shared imaginative role-playing space from the wider sense of the story. And I think that's really, really important. So I think this is really, really awesome. Like, for example, and these are the classic examples, like, are you lying about this? How could I get you to do this? And by the way, this is, again, where people have a problem. They imagine that my character is literally asking you, how might I get you to betray your king? And if I ever said something so bold and so, you know, obtuse, it wouldn't go over very well. Instead, we imagine that we're having this very sort of suave, detente conversation, which, quite frankly, neither you nor I are sophisticated enough to have. Okay. And sure, we can role play it a little bit. We can add our own little flourishes. But the truth of the matter is, what I'm really basically saying is, I'm trying to, like, verbally feel you out, Bene Gesserit style, and sense something that you don't give away. You don't literally, your character doesn't, the NPC doesn't literally tell me this is how you would get me to betray my king. But my character is able to figure it out, you know? So that's important. That's cool. All right. So here is another example of where if you're sneaking, there's problems. So they've gotten rid of a lot of, like, 10 plus, you do it and there's no consequences. So you can see here that if you get a 7 or higher, you successfully evade their notice. If you get a 10, you only choose 1. If you get a 7 to 9, you choose 2. Right? So if you roll a 7 when you're trying to sneak past, you did evade their notice from the danger or from the obstacle. But you either have to mark a condition, you have to leave evidence, or you have to stumble into a hazardous or compromising position, right? And the idea here is this game, through its moves, is reinforcing some of that, I don't know what to call it, fantasy soap opera. I don't know how to describe it. Some of that fantasy movie soap opera genre emulation, right? They are pushing you into the next situation, right? Primarch notes that rogues, in particular, have a buff to this move, so they can still feel like rogues. Yeah, Primarch, it feels a bit like with Magpie, how they kind of had the, right, push your luck versus the skilled mechanic, and they were both essentially defy danger, but there was, like, the better version. There's, like, the professional defy danger, and then there's the sort of hope for the best, and even if you succeed, you still get a problem type move, right? And that kind of feels like maybe some of the DNA that you took here for these kind of core moves in a way. Not that I feel like Root or some of those Magpie games did that 100% the same, but there's a definite vibe to that of, like, the luck versus the skill mechanic. All right, so here's our old parlay. When you convince or manipulate an NPC into doing what you want, choose an approach and then roll with charisma. If you persuade them openly and honestly, they might ask you for a promise or payment. If you deceive them, they might introduce a twist or learn something about you. Or if you threaten them, they might go back on their word later or escalate the concept. On a 7 or higher, they do what you want. On a 7 through 9, they will add a complication. On a 6-, they don't react well at all, mark an XP, and take a move. So on this one, if you get a 10 or higher, sounds like you kind of, you know, you get away with it, I guess. Okay. Now, it should be noted that this is not like diplomacy. You must obey me. Remember, when you convince, now, one of the reasons I liked Parlay from Dungeon World 1 is because in Dungeon World 1, in order to parlay, you had to have leverage over them, right? And to be clear, the issue with parlay is it didn't really allow for like this move. But I did like the trigger of parlay because it felt like a little bit less quote unquote abusable. So yeah. They probably renamed it so people wouldn't think of Captain Jack Sparrow. All right, so here is our undertake journey move. This is like if you want to travel. State your destination, choose your leader, determine your route. If it's safe and familiar, you may choose to forgo rolling and you automatically treat it as a 7, 8, or 9. If it's dangerous or unfamiliar, the leader must mark a condition or has disadvantage on the roll. And if you don't have a route at all, you first need to find a map, hire a guide, recall knowledge, or similar. Neat. Okay. It's a little bit of a little procedural mini game here, but I like it. You're making a couple little cool little choices here, right? Like right off the bat, if you know the direction, if you know the way, you can just get the middle of the road result automatically. Otherwise, you mark a condition or get disadvantage for the leader. And then if you don't have a route, you need to, be able to have some way of getting that information. State your method of travel. If you travel cautiously, the leader rolls plus intelligence. If you travel quickly, they roll plus dexterity. Again, on a 7 or higher, you choose one of them below. On a 10 or higher, you also encounter a person, place, or opportunity related to your goals or that area. I actually think from a, narrative type game, like this is actually totally reasonable. You're going to make some quick choices. You're going to make a check dice roll check. There's always going to be some sort of consequence because of a travel. Yeah. All right. Here's our discerned realities. When you, oh, interesting. I already love this way better. So when you, because this is another thing that I've seen people struggle with basically the Dungeon World equivalent of make a perception check. When you closely examine a tense or mysterious situation or location, ask the GM, are there secrets to be discovered here? If the answer is yes, then roll. So the GM is basically, now, like one of the things that Smith did this in one of his campaigns where like secret doors were like, we knew there was a secret door. Like we could choose to engage with it. There was still a choice to be made, but like we didn't waste time trying to find secret doors that weren't there. Like we knew, the players knew the secret door was there. Our PCs didn't necessarily know the secret doors were there. But I love this because this avoids this problem of people trying to, now again, this doesn't trigger automatically. It still has to trigger in the fiction where you're closely examining, right? And that could trigger a golden opportunity or some sort of other problems if you're taking a long time. Closely examining usually means that you're not in a entirely, you're not in a life or death situation. You have a little bit of time or whatever. But still, are there secrets to be discovered here? No, you're good. You already did enough for me to tell you no, which is by closely examining it. But if there are, roll plus int. No matter what you roll, you will always discover something. Now, keep in mind, this doesn't quantumly generate secrets, because if there were no secrets to be discovered, you wouldn't have rolled. The GM will tell you what it is: an answer, a door, a path, a treasure, a friend, an enemy, a lair, a dungeon, etc. Now, to be clear, when I say quantum, the GM could say, yes, there are secrets to be discovered here, even if the GM didn't actually create any secrets, right? They're just making that up. Maybe low prep, no prep. But it's not a false premise, right? The GM has decided, yes, there are secrets here, and I want you to be able to discover them. On a 10 plus, your discovery is clear and significant. On a 7 through 9, choose one thing about your discovery. Finding it makes you mark a condition. Again, we see that optional choice here. If it's a clue to something greater but not significant, it is a clue to something greater, but it's not that significant by itself. Gain advantage the first time you roll when acting on your clue. So this is our equivalent of like +1 forward. But without using it still, I guess, uses a little bit of lingo. It puts you at immediate risk. The GM will say how after you choose this. An enemy ambush, hidden trap, a sudden drop. On a 6-, your discovery is exceptionally dangerous, and you may wish you hadn't found it. So this is basically how I used Spout lore in Dungeon World 1. Francois.
$10. Your videos convinced me to switch from PF2E to DW. I'm glad you cover this tonight.
Well, thank you, friends. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, again, I think I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I think running and understanding and learning PBTA makes you a better GM. Full stop. Even in a trad game. So, you know, I don't want to put, I don't want to put too much of a rubber stamp on it, but I think if you seriously want to get good at game mastering, you need to learn how to game master PBTA. I think it'll make you a better game master, even if you don't intend to play it. But it forces you to adapt and think about your choices and consider your agenda. And again, I really encourage it. So, Francois, I'll love to hear it. If there are obstacles or dangers present, you may first need to overcome them before unearthing secrets. So in other words, if the room is on fire, you can't unearth secrets just yet, which I would imagine kind of relates to closely examining, but they really wanted to put that into a bottleneck. So again, what I love about this is if you notice, all of their information forward abilities can't fail. Say that again. All of their information forward abilities cannot fail. That is so critical. This is the sign of people who have run and played not just PBTA games, but RPG games. This is using the mechanics to avoid dead ends. Where should we go? I don't know. I look for a secret door. Well, yes, you find it no matter what. Yes, on the other side of the secret door is, say, a secret Nazi communication room. I'm channeling Indiana Jones in the Last Crusade here, right? Go to the fireplace, Dad. I look around. Is there a secret door? Of course there is. Yes, there's a secret door. 6-. Hit it. Spin around. Yeah, it's a Nazi HQ, and it's full of Nazis and armed guards and crazy stuff. Out of the frying pan into the fire. Why? Because that shit's entertaining. Did I find anything? No. It's boring. Is it realistic? Sure, of course it is. But I don't know, I need to tell you this, but the real life and real world can be really shitty and boring sometimes. So, yes, it's very much publicly available. Let me see. I don't know. It's on Google Drive. I know that. It's on the official site. So there you go. If you go to dungeonworld2.com. That's exactly right. If we're rolling dice, something should be happening. Nothing happening is the worst thing that you could, ever have, which is great. All right. So these are our quieter character moves, right? This is going to be the stuff that sort of is more related to our character's status and condition. So here we have Guide and Comfort. So this is literally Guide and Comfort from Avatar Legends. After you provide comfort, and again, this is a very different game. This is, friendship, power of friendship in dungeons, After you provide comfort or support to a companion, answer the following questions. Then roll with a +1 for each yes. I mean, look at this. Did you change or reinforce your relationship or a shared bond? Did you ask or answer something new about a conflict? Did they open up to you about how they're feeling? Are you currently in camp? On any result, they get to clear a condition. On a 10 or higher, they clear another condition, or they gain a depth with you, which means that their relationship gets deeper with them. On a 6-, you mark a condition, or you lose 1 depth with them, your choice. So this will always work. It will always heal your ally of a condition, but On a 6-, you mark a condition, right? They open up to me. They feel better. I become afraid. I become insecure, right? I become angry. You know, I can't believe that her parents, would do that to her. I can't believe that the Empire treated her like that. I'm so mad. I'm so angry, like that they would do this to my friend, that she had to go through that. Now, her opening up to me made her feel better. She got rid of her insecurity. I became angry, right? It's all about the sort of, I don't know, Dawson's Creek, Critical Role fantasy feely moments. Yes, there's, My Little Pony, My Little Pony. Yes, very, That's right. Care Bears in a dungeon. I mean, it's a vibe. And again, if you want to play, Guts, Gold, and Glory, that's what this game is for. We have this game already. You should play it. It's awesome. It changed my life. Does this change the story, though? No. But it's not about the adventure. It's about the character, George. This game isn't just about the story. This game is also about the characters and their growth and their arcs and their relationships with each other and the importance of the found family. A series like Guardians of the Galaxy, the movie series, is just as much as it's about whatever villain or plot they're taking out, right? It's also about the relationship between those characters and how that evolves from story to story, or from movie to movie, right? It's not about the dungeons we crawled. It's about the friends we made along the way. All right, so here, how do we die? All right, if you mark your last condition after moves related to marking it are resolved, so in other words, you don't go out until, the move is done, right? Until the stack is clear. Choose one below, then clear up to 2 conditions at the end of the scene. If you don't have a conflict, you can only choose the last one. So you confess. So in other words, if you mark all 5 of your conditions, you're now angry, insecure, frightened, exhausted, whatever the other one is. Confess a terrible truth about your conflict, in character or not. Love it, by the way. Absolutely love it. The GM will introduce a twist, danger, or obstacle based on your confession, now or when the time is right. Love it. This is kind of like the surrender mechanic from Fabula Ultima, right? And this is the type of mechanic that I would love to play with my home group of friends, because my home group of friends is fucking awesome. And they're amazing role player game players, which is to say they never talk in character ever. And I consider them some of the best role player people I've ever played with ever. Why? Because this is the type of situation where, we've got the right, we have the Dark Knight, the masked general, right? The butcher of Dorelia. Exactly. Lionhead Gaming. The Dark Knight of the Empire is my father. I literally was about to say that. They are the type of people who they would mark 5 conditions and then they would introduce a terrible truth that, they tell you that, yes, the Dark Knight of the Empire is my father. Exactly. And I, as the GM, am sitting there going, fuck yeah, that's awesome. Like, I'm excited. I didn't see that coming. That wasn't true. It's now true. It's not contradicting anything that we said in the game. That's awesome. Right? And so I love, right, working with that. So I absolutely love this. Now, granted, it's a cooperative game. The intent, a terrible truth. My character has 10 billion gold stored away in a vault somewhere, It's like, it's such a burden. No, it's still a collaborative game, and obviously, you're going to work with the GM. But this is like an opportunity. Yes, PJ said this is like plot armor. Create a new plot point or die, and I could honestly see players being okay, being encouraged to take conditions because they have no problem confessing a terrible truth. And by the way, notice it can be in character or not, right? So it could be an actual literal in character conversation where you say, you know, before we move forward, I have to tell you something, guys. I knew it ever since that battle at Falstead Bridge. I saw the signs and I didn't want to admit it to myself. And I certainly didn't want to admit it to you. But it's true. Garland, the Dark Knight, is my father, right? You could do that in character. Or you could just say it's true, and we could be talking out of character. Maybe it's something that your player character doesn't even know, right? So like you, the player, know this terrible truth, but your player character, your PC, doesn't know. And you are adding this new gut-wrenching twist to the thing. Like, you know how my character is searching for his lost family? Guys, I have a terrible truth to tell you. My PC's family's dead. Now, my PC doesn't know that. He firmly believes that they are alive, and he will stop at nothing. But they're dead. They were killed by the Empire. In that, he's like Dr. Yui from Dune. He's doing all of this in the hope of saving his wife and his children, but they've been long dead. Right? That's awesome. And yes, and guess what? All the players are in on the secret. Gundislav, right? Dramatic irony. 100%. And you know what? Some people might say, but my immersion. Fuck that. This is cool. This is a fun moment. This is legitimate collaborative group storytelling. This is actually probably like one of my favorite PBTA moves of all time. This is fantastic. Now, keep in mind, you need a conflict because otherwise you have to test your resolve. Roll straight up 2d6. You may erase up to 3 depth across your relationships, getting a +1 to your roll from each one. On a 10 or higher, you surpass your limits, ignoring penalties from the conditions for the entire scene and gaining a new opportunity described by the GM. On a 7 to 9, you bottle it up for now, locking one condition. On a 6 or minus, you give up, flee, make things much worse now or when your companions need you. So again, this is a little bit of losing access to your character, right? This is a little bit, for those of you who played Monster Heart, this is a little bit like your darkest self. When your character would die in Monster Hearts, you could choose to die, or you could choose to release your darkest self, right? If you were the werewolf, your character wolfed out, right? And ended up going on a bloody, savage, murder. This is also very similar to the One Ring, right? Where if your shadow score exceeds your hope, then the only way that you can clear it is to have a bout of madness, right? Boromir tries to take the ring, and it only lasts for a moment, right? The shadow's touch is deep and pervasive. It doesn't make you it doesn't make you evil. It just means that even good people have moments of weakness and moments of madness when it comes to facing off against something like the power of the shadow. So both of these are awesome. I also love that you can burn your relationships. And again, you as a player might say, I don't want to burn any of my relationships. I'm just going to straight up roll the dice. Also, we can see here that the most common result is that you are going to end up locking one of your conditions. And that means that now you can't cure it, in the middle of the game. You need something a little bit more like downtime. It's kind of permanently locked. You're not going to be able to just, have a nice little chit chat and erase a marked condition. It's locked. And the only way that can happen is with time and time. So what we have here is an emotion. Now, Derek, you know him. He loves resources. Here we have emotional resource management. This is an emotional resource management game that somehow also has hit points. Haven't figured that out yet. But outside of all the stuff from combat, which feels almost like a completely separate game at this point, and maybe that's the intention. Maybe they know that a lot of people who play Dungeon World these days don't even really have that many fights. And they want the core essence of the game to work fine, even if you very rarely, if ever, get into quote unquote proper combats. Because you're still dealing with, again, it's still a game. Games should have resource management. Games should have to make, fun game decisions about, do I acquire this condition? Do I spend this condition? How do I want to recover? All these things. And just because you're not getting into combats doesn't mean that you shouldn't not have access to those things. So this allows you to still play a game, even if you're not necessarily grinding through fights. I love it. I don't even know if I have any notes. I think 10 out of 10. I love this move, and I love this move. So, wow. Okay. Big deal. Big if true. Yeah, it's a bit like a trauma from Blades in the Dark, right? When you lock it, it's permanent, but not like super permanent the way traumas are. But yeah, I agree, George. All right, now, if you reach 0 hit points, so now we get to actual 0 hit points, you can, Blaze of Glory, that is apparently the term that everybody has to go into, right? You briefly take control of the scene, describe one last act, and go out as a champ. Very, right? Fabula Ultima, literally, Daggerheart, all that jazz. Broken and Beaten. Choose one condition you currently have. If you don't have any, you can mark one and choose that. And you lock your condition. So there you go. At 0, Blaze of Glory is what they call it in Daggerheart, I believe, John, as well. Fabula Ultima calls it Sacrifice, but I think Daggerheart actually calls it Blaze of Glory. Why? Yes, not so. The problem with Daggerheart is Fabula Ultima describes Sacrifice as you taking control of the scene and doing one last ultimate thing, right? You basically almost become the GM for a brief moment. The problem with the way that people read Daggerheart, and to be fair, they're right to read it this way because it's the way that the fucking game is written, is it basically is you get to make one last action and you crit on it. Fuck all that noise, right? Like if the enemy army is approaching the city, okay, and my character goes out in a blaze of glory, this is where like you go full Luz Theron Telamon, you channel too much of the one power, a solid bar of light connects heaven to earth, channeling through me, the ground ripples and swells, rivers break, lava vents open up, and I unmake, the world. I raise a giant mountain range. This is assuming I'm not level 1, but like I raise a new mountain range surrounding the city, right? Like go big, like I make an attack and I crit and then you die. That's lame, So anyways, again, there's even kind of like a meta where you're like, I hope I die so that I can go out like a fucking badass boss and really do something amazing, right? But another option is to just lock out a condition. Lastly, now, so this is just like Daggerheart, where you kind of have like you sacrifice yourself, you surrender, kind of, or you gamble, right? Risk it all is what Daggerheart calls this. And I don't know that I love the risk it all mechanic. So roll plus nothing. Other PCs can aid you, but it takes their full effort and attention. On a 10 or higher, you live for now. On a 7, 8, or 9, the GM says what part of you doesn't survive. Accept the loss and live, or hold on to that part and die. Okay. On 6-, you'll die before this scene ends. Perfect. Okay, never mind. This is already better. What I don't like about Risk It All in Daggerheart is that you die on the spot. I don't like that. What I would prefer Daggerheart's Risk It All is roll. If you fail, or if you succeed, you're still in it. You heal and you get back. If you fail, you're going to die at the end of this fight, right? I don't like the idea that you just fall over dead. I like the idea of your character, they are marked for death. And, now granted, this isn't saying that you can keep like fighting on, but, this feels a little bit more Boromir-esque, where he doesn't just fall over dead, If you survive, you remain at 0 hit points. While you're at 0 hit points, you cannot take any significant action unless you receive aid, though you can aid a companion. Any further damage will kill you for sure. So this is also a big difference from like a game like Fabula Ultima. In Fabula Ultima, if you choose to surrender, your character essentially has plot armor. You cannot be killed. You get away. But in this one, it's like, no, if you drop to the ground broken and beaten, you're still there. And if for some odd reason you still get further damage, you're dead. You don't get to make this move again. So a little bit of a tip, of a nod of the hat to some amount of simulationism. I like this face death move. I like that you get to take control of the scene. I like that you do one last accomplishment, not an attack roll, an accomplishment. I like that if you want to, you can just stay down, broken and beaten. You'll be at 0 hit points. You don't risk death, but you have your condition. And then you could gamble. So I love that respect to players that would choose, like, you tell them the cost and they just say, no, I'd rather choose death. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, that's fantastic. Again, no. I'm reminded, I've told this story before, but I had this one dungeon-based campaign where every level of the dungeon had some sort of crazy, weird, magical fountain. And it was just 3rd edition D&D. But every time the players got to a new level, they got the ability, if they found the fountain, and to be clear, they did try to find them, that would give them some sort of cool new magical ability. And like the characters that got down to like level 8 or 9, and one of my buddies had this really cool character who, through random fountains, had become very powerful. And he like drank the fountain on like level 10. And the result was lose all of your fountain abilities that you've gained, and you can't re-roll them, and he lost them all, and everybody was like looking at him, and his character was still really good and still really cool. And he just like grabbed his character sheet and he was holding it like this. And we're like, no, Rich, don't. He's like, and he's like, starts to tear. And we're like, Rich, it's fine. You're okay. He's like, no. And he just rips his character sheet in half, symbolic. It's like the idea being that like, he'd rather his character be dead than lose all that made him amazing and awesome. I love it. These are great moves. All right, make camp. So this is our, I think, intermediate. Now, again, I have talked about Dungeon Time Extreme. Evan from Nimble. By the way, let me check my email here real quick while we're here hanging out. Mr. Evan Diaz of Nimble is almost certainly going to be on the show Thursday. So, really, I think understood well this idea of multiple resource cycles. So you have like a long-term resource cycle. You have a medium-term resource cycle, and then you have a sort of a short-term resource cycle. So I like the idea that there's a distinct difference between making camp versus recovering in town versus the moment-to-moment situations of like, of your adventure or being in a dungeon. Anyways, he did that very well in his Nimble game, right? He had the sort of short-term resource loop. He had the sort of medium-length term resource loop, and then he had sort of the long-term resource loop. Are we going to talk monsters? Let's see. He says... well, we can go over his creator's kit to get an idea of his design direction, talk about what makes a good monster stat block. What does it mean to be 5e compatible? Is there a better term that we should use? Talk about potential exploration rules for Nimble. Is it possible to scratch some of that old school itch in a modern school game? And talk about different design philosophies, fiction first, mechanics first, and review some of the recent changes for his next printing. There you go. That's what he said in his email to me. So it'll be very cool. But anyways, make camp is when you unwind together while you're still adventuring. Do a little bit of FBT, describe what you guys are doing. That's fluffy bullshit time for people who don't know what that is. Just have little fun conversations. It doesn't really make a difference. Other moves might happen while you make camp, such as comforting or supporting or sense motive. Remember, you can sense motive against other players. Threats in the world worsen every time you make camp. sometimes in obvious way, sometimes in subtle ways. In other words, the clocks keep ticking. Urgent threats might even interrupt your camp. If you're somewhere wild or dangerous, the GM might ask you who's keeping watch. And if your relaxation is interrupted, you need to resume it to heal again. When you finish relaxing, each PC regains hit points equal to half their maximum. So if your maximum HP is 20, you get back plus 10 every time you make a camp. There you go. Note, you do not recover locked conditions when you make camp. Now, you might comfort and support to try to clean up some marked conditions, but if a condition is locked, not unlocking. If you're required to keep watch, the GM will say, when you make camp somewhere wild or dangerous or vulnerable, anytime during that extended scene, the GM may say something approaches. Which of you is watching for danger? Love it. Don't ask who's keeping watch unless you need to know who's keeping watch. It's so simple and backwards that it's brilliant. Say who, then the GM describes what they see, and then the volunteer rolls plus int. If multiple PCs volunteer, they can aid each other. If you roll a 10 or higher, choose 2. If you roll a 7, 8, or 9, choose 1. So these are advantages. You can alert others to mark a condition to make sure your companions are all ready. You can confront it to get a drop on it, or you could watch carefully and ask 2 questions before it reaches you. It's very gamist. It's not simulationist, but it's like, how many times when you're playing like a standard hex crawl and every time the camp, who's keeping watch? And here's the thing, you're asking all these questions and like most of the time there isn't even a random encounter and it doesn't even matter. And then someone's like, well, we all need 8 hours of sleep. So so-and-so's going to take the first watch and so-and-so's going to take the second watch and so-and-so's going to, and you spend all of this game time on something that doesn't even come close to mattering most nights because you don't even get attacked. And then when you do get attacked, it still almost never matters anyways. So yeah, not good for your hyper simulationist real life game, but for my purposes, this gets a stamp of approval for me. All right. So again, I'm just a big fan of it because it just gets to the heart of what what we want to get to anyways. I mean, I'll say this. It's gone in the direction that I thought it was going to go in to a certain extent, but in other ways, not. Particularly with the fact that a lot of the basic moves still cause you to have complications, even on a 10 plus. The fact that the game still has hit points, but there's been a lot of improvements and a lot of changes, and its emotional currency resource condition system is very, very, very compelling. Especially since, as the game designer pointed out, it's an opt-in system. The GM doesn't assign you the angry condition. You choose to assign the angry condition to yourself as a potential option that might occur because of a move. What's up, Lugs? Haven't seen you in a while. I'm knee-deep preparing Kingmaker for an in-person play. Got any advice, any cool tech to play or to share? I never ran Kingmaker, so I don't know. I will say, if you're doing a hex crawl, whatever you do, don't give the players just a blank-ass map. Make sure they know about what's nearby and have them have rumors or even actual information. Don't give them red herrings. The last thing you want to do is a hex crawl, 20 hexes, and then find out, they were lying to you. Give them choices. Give them options. Let them make decisions and then go after them. To be determined. But overall, Pumpkin, I would say that the direction they have chosen to go is more, Critical Role, Guardians of the Galaxy, Marvel Avengers, right? Misfits going on heroic adventures, becoming a found family, embracing the power of friendship, rather than a, dungeon looter, gold guts glory type game. So I would say that. All right. When you spend days resting in a safe settlement, you may do as many of the following as you like. Relax, spend a treasure, then make camp, but heal to full. Carouse. For each involved PC, spend 1 treasure, then clear a locked condition, or gain 1 depth with another involved PC. Oh, we haven't really gotten to it yet, Pumpkin, but it looks like the game has this idea of literally leveling up your relationships with other PCs through a relationship depth system. So there could be a lot of promise there too. Dungeon World 1 was very predicated on being a, dungeon crawler. I think it didn't have any of these emotional guide and comfort. You're angry, you're insecure. It had none of that stuff. Procure. Spend treasure to repair equipment, purchase items, and enlist services. Resupply. Choose any number of items, spend an equal amount of treasure, and refresh all your uses on those items. Train. Spend treasure, and each PC marks XP per 1 spent. Well, I think these are all pretty good. Like, obviously, if you get back to the, and it's actually pretty cool. If you get back to town and you're not hurt and you don't have a lot of locked conditions and you don't need to repair your equipment, then you can spend your money and your time training. So. Overall, I think I like this. I mean, I always worry about training, right? Is that going to become too tempting, But because you need to do this to heal to full, because you need to do this to cure locked conditions, because you need to do this in order to repair your equipment, because you need to do this to recharge your existing equipment, I could really see you running out of treasure quite quick. And remember, treasure is just... You get I think treasure 5 is like a dragon's hoard, right? We saw that treasure list, right? Like finding a chest full of silver and gold is like treasure 2 or like something, or like treasure 3. I mean, look, if you get back to town, look at that. If you get back to town and you don't have enough treasure, you can't even heal to full or unlock your conditions. So so, I mean, again, I'm not going to say this, but this is a little bit of it's a little bit of a kind of a, it feels a little bit weird because suddenly the game feels like it's about treasure now. And that feels a little bit counter-purposed to some of the elements that we were just talking about. Don't get me wrong. I love this system for a dungeon-based game. And to be clear, I have no problem running a emotional dungeon-based game. I actually think that sounds really cool. But I know that a lot of people just want to run a hardcore, grimdark OSR dungeon game. And a lot of people want to run like a, we're never in a dungeon ever, what's treasure, let's just have fun, woo, and tell stories together type game. Now, maybe Dungeon World 2 is trying to literally be the emotional dungeon crawling game. In which case, Mazel Tov. You have successfully created a game that Derek likes, which is usually a bad sign. Because if Derek likes the game, it's usually not a good sign for the game. So I will say I like this system, but I could see this system being a little bit problematic because what if you don't have treasure? But maybe they answer that. Maybe they answer that. Now, Lion's Head Gaming, I don't know Critters as well as maybe I should. A lot of Critters and such do love treasure and shopping. So, okay. LFL4G. Thank you for the super chat. Just want to support more first looks. Well, I appreciate it. Means a lot to me. Appreciate you so much. Also, super hyped for the Nimble chat. Yeah, it'll be really fun. I'm excited to have Evan on. Love what he did with the book. Box set's gorgeous. Really a broad, really interesting new direction. Again, we're going to push him. We're going to challenge him. I'm like, buddy, how is this 5e compatible? But, I'm looking forward to it. All right. When you mark your third depth in a relationship, discuss it with the player that that PC is tied to. Choose one below, rewrite your details with them if you wish, then erase all of your depth with them. Don't change their details or depth with you. So just erase yours. Choose a new shared bond with each other and gain its starting move. If you shared an old bond, erase it. You both gain 1 XP for each advanced move it had. Wow. Okay. So if you level a relationship up to 3 deeps, you get a new bond, and the bond has moves tied to it? Wow. Okay. Wow, this really is Dungeons and Feelings. If you mark your third depth in a relationship, you could also choose to reinforce an existing bond, choosing an advanced move from it, and you both gain access to it. Or you could ask them one question about their character's thoughts, feelings, or motivations. Then they ask you, and then you both mark an XP. Each PC tracks relationships and depth individually, but bonds are shared between 2 PCs. When a PC reaches 3 depth on a relationship, it contributes to the bond they both share. Wow. Okay. So basically, every 3 times you advance a relationship, you get to do one of these 3 things, and then you erase the depth and restart. So it's a little bit like HX. Remember we used to talk about HX from from Powered by the Apocalypse, right? How your history with somebody would build up, and then it would reach a new level and reset. So it's doing that, but it's doing it by this bond mechanic where you'll apparently get access to moves, and I don't know if it's fastball specials or not. We'll see. All right. If you mark your 5th experience points, clear the experience track, increase your level, and gain an advancement. When you end the session, answer the following questions. Did you take a big risk or express your capabilities in a new way? Mark an XP. Did you learn or express something new about your conflict? Mark an XP. Did you have a new dispute or connection with a companion? If so, your relationship gains 1 depth. You may rewrite its details to reflect this change. Mark 1 XP if you do. Oh, so as an optional rule, you can erase motions if you vent. This is, by the way, straight out of like Masks and Avatar Legends, where one of the ways, like if you're in Avatar, if your character becomes angry, someone can guide and comfort you, and that can clear you if you're angry. But another way you can clear angry is by lashing out at your allies or breaking something you didn't mean to, or having basically a pouty moment and doing something that will meaningfully affect the game, Yeah. This move adds a greater focus on conditions to the middle of the game, but might be forgotten by those strictly in the new game. I would 100% use this because, again, I'm very comfortable with those mechanics from Avatar and from Masks. And I, quite frankly, think they're really awesome because then it's like there's a healthy way to get rid of your marked emotions, which is, guiding and being guided and supported from friends. There's also an unhealthy way to get rid of your emotions, which is, giving into them and acting out and venting them in an unhealthy way. That's really cool to me. Again, this is emotional storytelling. I'm here for, I'm here for the CW, right? This is Dawson's Creek in the dungeon, right? Dawson's Dungeon. Not Dawson's Creek, Dawson's Dungeon. And that's what I'm here for. Again, I love Monster Hearts, even though I hate YA supernatural romance because I think that it does that game really, really well. Okay. So we're about to get into the combat section. Overall, this seems really good. There's a lot of stuff here. I really like what they're doing, and I have to see how it would play out. Maybe some of the numbers, some of the things need to be tweaked, but I like how forward the game moves. For example, it's kind of a retrospective on our thing. We're not even done yet. Obviously, this might have to be a 2-parter because we'll probably, we're going to get through the combat battle moves, and we're only going to be, we're not even going to get to the playbooks. I don't think so. I mean, we'll take a look at one playbook. So, you feel like int is underutilized. Well, part of the problem, I don't want to say it's a problem, but part of the issue is that intelligence is noticing, studying, deducing, and calculating. It's not necessarily like it's more of like an active intelligence rather than like your, sort of your recall ability. But it is true. Like, you can use intelligence for defy danger. Sense motive uses wisdom. Sneak past uses dex. Influence choice uses charisma. So there's like nothing that uses like strength or int in the base rules. Oh no, Unearthed Secrets uses int. Okay. Actually, there's nothing that there's nothing that uses strength in the base adventure rules. So anyways, what I like is that the information gathering moves like Unearthed Secrets and Recall Lore, okay, always give you the answer to move the game forward, even if you fail. You may not like the answer, but it's going to be an answer. That's super important. That's really cool. And then I like that most of the moves from like Defy Danger, Sneak Past, etc., they never are get out of jail free card, right? There's always going to be, because, okay, I've said this before, and I'll say this again. Imagine an RPG. Okay. This is like okay, it's a tangent for a tangent. Does anybody remember why I liked Fear in Daggerheart so much? This is testing your how many KLC streams do you pay attention to? How many do you watch, and how much do you recall and remember? Make your recall lore checks. Jacob Online, buddy.
I am strong. Strong. Strong.
Jacob Online is correct because it lets you act even if the player is rolled hot. That's why. Because in core PBTA, if players just keep rolling 10 pluses, right, the GM isn't able to make, like, yeah, sure, as a GM, of course, I can make golden opportunities. I can make moves. If the players look to me to see what happens, I can make a move. I'm always making those moves. Of course I am. But unless the players roll, 7, 8s, and 9s or 6 minuses, I'm not really engaging with the game. I'm not able to make the game interesting. So what Daggerheart does is it separates fear and GM moves from the physical success condition of the game, which means that even if the player rolls shit hot, they might still be rolling shit hot with fear, and or I will still have fear in the bank. And this is a common problem with PBTA, where if the players roll really high, which, by the way, happens more often when you play longer, especially in original Dungeon World, when people started getting stats that were like +3, +4, or if somebody's aiding them, +4, plus an aid, and like they basically can't roll low, and they're rolling tons of 10 pluses all the time, it kind of steamrolls, and it's just success after success after success. As I've said before many times, players will optimize the fun out of any situation. Think about every movie you've ever seen. Superhero movies, everybody. They lose constantly. They never, like, if the heroes just won, the movie would be over. But that's usually how most of these D&D campaigns go. So what I like about Sneak Past and Defy Danger is that even if the players roll 10 or higher, there's still something that is going to make their situation a little bit worse, a little bit more complicated. And that's great because that means that the GM isn't sort of priced out of the game. So this, I think, Daggerheart did the same thing. It just did it from a different angle. This game is still trying to solve that one core critical issue, which does come up in PBTA games, which is when the players are rolling really, really well, that it allows you to sort of still interact and still play with the game and not just be like, well, I guess you guys are gods now and can't ever be touched. So very cool. Now, to be clear, I still like Fear System a lot because it lets you literally bank it, but you'll note like there's kind of an implied banking here, right? Where was it? There was something about like the GM might do it now or later, right? There was an implication of like, something could happen now or later. Oh, here it is. Yeah, like when you confess a terrible truth, right? The GM can act on it now or when the time is right. So you kind of think of it as like a banked consequence. All right. So let's get to combat. So combat is the big X factor. Mostly because I do believe combat is kind of rough in PBTA games because of a lot of the things that I've talked about before. It can feel weird. It can feel, now I have a lot of fun with it because I'm very good at running it, but I think it's where a lot of people, their brain breaks, right? I see people playing Daggerheart with no initiative and their brains break. So, yeah, we'll see how they handle combat. Again, I actually liked Avatar Legends conflict exchange system, but like nobody else liked it. So I don't know what to say, but I respect it. Primarch, by the way, Spencer, the one of the two designers for this game, Spencer Moore, is Primarch. Knights of Last Call, if you're going to look at just one playbook tonight, I think the Druid might be my recommendation. So that is what we'll look at. We'll look at the Druid. So we're going to look at battle moves. Then we're going to look at Druids. And then we'll have to schedule a part 2 for this. Because, again, I wasn't sure. Look, I will always be a supporter of Dungeon World from like a pure narrative support, like support the message. But I was worried I was going to hate this. So I am pleasantly being surprised right now. So, okay. For starters, this is the hardest thing that people have a problem with in Daggerheart, in Dungeon World, in anything, which is fighting in Dungeon World 2 works much like the rest of the game. There's no turn order. People are like, I don't understand. How can you run combat without initiative order? And I go, how do you run town sessions? How do you run exploration scenes? How do you run negotiation scenes? They're like, oh, I just, respond to the players. They say something. I maybe sometimes ask them to make a die roll. Oh, do you go in strict order? Do you roll initiative? No, of course not. We kind of take turns, sorta, but I kind of just make sure I go around the table and maybe I stick with somebody for a little bit, whatever. I'm like, yeah, just do that in combat. And people are like, I can't handle it. Okay. When you exchange damage, which is stated by some battle moves, you and your enemy simultaneously deal damage to each other and reduce each other's hit points. You deal damage based on your weapon, usually 1 to 3. They deal damage to you. A simple minion might deal a single point of damage, while a group of minions or a monster might deal 3 to 4 damage. An elder dragon might deal 6 to 7. You can spend uses of armor, a shield, or some moves to reduce your damage taken. While your hit point is at half or lower, you're bloodied, and you have disadvantage on all of these battle moves. While similar to conditions, bloodied is not a condition itself. It cannot be marked or cleared away the other way conditions can. But as soon as your hit points returns to above half, you immediately clear bloodied. When attacking someone who cannot feasibly fight back, you defeat them easily. If they can fight back enough to make it a battle, even if only briefly, then you probably trigger a battle move. When it's unclear if they can fight back, like they're strong, but you don't know that they don't know you're there. If they're weak, but you have them magically protected, the GM might ask you simply to defy danger, to defeat them outright, or have you automatically inflict your damage once before the battle begins, or to begin a battle with an edge already to be exploited. Similarly, if you're fighting something that you can't feasibly hurt, the GM might say that no battle move triggers, and furthermore, may deliver appropriate consequences by making a move. We're basically describing, right, Strauss's Akimovich 12 hit point dragon article, right? I think that was Strauss that wrote that, right? The idea that these aren't strike options from a combat move, right? We're still expressing it through the fiction. When it doesn't make narrative sense for a 16, you're right, it's a 16 hit point dragon. When it doesn't make narrative sense for damage to be suffered or inflicted, then double check if a move triggers at all. Maybe the PCs need to take a new approach or get into a better position, or maybe it just doesn't trigger at all. It was Sage. Okay. During a battle, you can still use your other moves. All good advice. All right. Here we go. Battle moves. We've got rest control, secure an edge, keep them busy, or all-out attack. And I guess the idea here, before we get into these, is maybe they just wanted to make it more than just hack and slash spam for several rounds. That's what what is it? Volley a shot or something. It's the ranged one. When you try to take something from an enemy, and by the way, it could be an object, it could be a position, it could be authority. I love it. Say what it is and how you approach it. If your approach is protected, prepared for, otherwise infeasible, the GM might require you to make a defy danger or to find a new opportunity. If you're outthinking or outmaneuvering them, roll plus int. If you overwhelm them with force, roll plus strength, or maybe plus dex, but they might damage you. On a 7 or higher, you take it and choose one of the options below, but they will retaliate based on your approach. On a 10 plus, make an extra choice or avoid their retaliation. Okay, so this is awesome. I don't exactly know. This is awesome because of the way I would want to use it. It's outside of just, grabbing the MacGuffin. One of the things that I think people lose with theater of the mind type combats is this idea of interacting with the tactical movement part of the game. And so for me, this is a great way for the players to say something like, we're going to lure them into a trap and outflank them. And I go, cool, you're trying to take something from the enemy, right? You're trying to take a superior position. Great, you're outmaneuvering them. Roll plus int, right? Yes, Woodland Fellowship. These remind me of Ironsworn as well. And I thought those were done very well. So, again, if you roll a 7, you take it and choose one below. On a 10, you get to take 2 choices, which is they can't try to take it back anytime soon. You feel better from taking it, clear a condition. If you overwhelm them with force, you can deal your damage to them. On a 6 minus, you don't take it and they retaliate. Mark an XP and the GM makes a move. I'm a big fan of this. A lot. Because you can do, this is a very, it's a very abstract move that could require, that covers a lot of situation. You could cover literally, obviously, disarming them, stealing their wand, ripping their shield out of their control, damaging a monster's, claw or head or something, a Hydra's head. You could also deal with like flanking them, luring them into a trap. But you could also deal with something like, breaking, breaking their morale or, taking the initiative or the momentum of the battle. There's a lot of ways that you could use this move to sort of reflect. Now, again, remember, ideally, players aren't thinking in terms of these moves. They're thinking in terms of the fiction. And you're just going to be having a conversation. And you're going to say something. And the GM or another player, or maybe you, will go, wait a second, I think I'm trying to take something from an enemy. I think I'm trying to wrest control. And we'll all agree that this is a cool moment and that rule is triggered. And now, instead of just deciding what happens, we get to roll dice and we get to be surprised by the results. And we get to have that fun improv moment of taking the game in a new and unexpected direction. That's what makes the game interesting. That's what makes it a game, a role-playing game, instead of just a storytelling session. Anyways, I like this. So we're 1 for 1 right now. All right. Keep them busy. When you preoccupy an enemy or hold them off, say how you do it. If this enemy is important to your conflict, instead of rolling, you may mark a condition to treat it as a 10 plus. So right there we have, just narrative plot armor. Like if this is your thing and this is like your important person or enemy or whatever, you can just automatically succeed at this with a conflict. Very narrative. If you engage them in battle, roll plus strength. If you harass them from the distance, roll plus dex. If you provoke them with loud noises or biting words, roll plus charisma. On a 7 or higher, choose one, but they retaliate. On a 10 or higher, you can make 2 choices, or you can make 1 choice and avoid their retaliation. So there's a lot more decision-making that is going on into these moves than you might normally get. I think they were trying to make combat less boring. PBTA combat had a history, Dungeon World combat in particular, it could be a little samey because it was a lot of hack and slash and deal damage to each other. Not going to lie, it was. Now, I could make it fun. I tried to make it fun. I'd spice it up, but, the rules themselves weren't doing you any favors there. A lot of that relied on the GM and their ability to do so. Now, to be clear, these are much more complicated moves, and I could see this really slowing people down at first until you really internalize this. So this is our move to say, how do we impede the enemy, right? How do I do something to the enemy so the enemy can't do the thing that they want to do, right? So the classic example of here is like, let's say I, the GM, describe that the ogre is breaking free from the ogre breaks his club free from the cave in and starts rushing into the wizard. And the fighter says, I'm going to hold the ogre off. Cool. You're keeping the ogre busy. He's engaging them up front in battle. Roll plus strength. He rolls. He gets a 7 or higher. He chooses one. He's going to impede them, negating an advantage, opportunity, resistance, or something they were about to do. They don't get to, they were going to go smash the wizard. They don't get to do that anymore. But because he used the strength-based approach, the ogre damages him, right? He rushes in, he gets in front of the ogre starts smashing at him, the fighter's taking the hits, weight being worn down from their shoulder, from the shield. Very cool. Now, there is some fiddliness here that I'm not going to lie, I don't love. Like, I'm not really quite sure what the difference is between these two. I don't like this hanging over me. Weaken them the next time they deal damage after this move resolves. Reduce it by 2, which wouldn't mean this version of the move. It would be the next time they take damage. I don't want to have to track that, and I'm not going to remember it. It's a little bit fiddly, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just I don't like this move as much as I like the other move. Not that I think it's bad, but it feels like kind of a defend move, but maybe trying to be a little bit more, again, valuable. NPCs, I do not think NPCs get conditions. I don't know. That's a great question. I don't think so. I don't know. My guess is they don't. Secure an edge. By the way, it's also trying to let, other stats do stuff in combat. When you survey the battlefield or seek an advantage, such as a hidden weak point or useful object. If you search your memory or scan the environment, roll plus int. If you survey a foe or probe their emotions, roll plus wisdom. If you already know of something from before this battle, state it now and treat this move as if you had rolled a 10 plus. That's an interesting option. That's interesting. On a 7 or higher, choose one. On a 7 through 9, after your choose, the GM will say how that edge is temporary or complicated. You find a flaw in the enemy's protections, behavior, or techniques which you or an ally can exploit to all-out attack. You find something useful in the environment and can use it to aid a companion without needing to mark a condition. That's cool. Like, I flank them. Catch your breath, finding momentary reprieve from the fight and clearing a condition. Okay. So this is cool. So this gives us a way to kind of heal in the combat. This gives us a way to control our enemy. Remember, we don't have a grid. This is all theater of the mind. So this is a way for us to move without having a grid. This is a way for us to interact with our opponents, their movement, their ability, their, basically debuffing them, but also controlling them a little bit. Like, right, normally we would do that maybe through aggressive positioning, attacks of opportunity, and the like. We don't have that in a theater of the mind. So we have this move. So this move represents our kind of movement. This move represents us interacting with our opponents and controlling their actions. This move represents us sort of healing and buffing. And it also is the trigger for launching an all-out attack, which you can only do when you leverage an edge or a weak point to strike at an enemy. So we've seen several things that indicate that they give us a weak point or an edge. For example, securing an edge can give us find a flaw in the enemy's protection. If we potentially maybe distract them or exhaust them, it could provide us with an opportunity. In which case, we get to attack with strength or dex, depending if we're using a personalized weapon, and exchange damage with them. On a 7 or more, choose 1. On a 10, choose 2. So you can make it hurt and deal 2 extra damage, ensnare them, which potentially disables one of their attacks, traits, or techniques, or you can let off steam and clear condition. Secure an edge is not the only way to set up an all-out attack, but it should be the most reliable one. Now, I'm curious. Well, Kyojin, we can spend armor and shields. I don't see is all-out attack the only way to deal damage? Oh, yeah, okay. If you wrest control with force, you deal your damage to them. Got it. Okay. Interesting. So you can't just attack. If I'm reading this correctly, I don't think you can just, there is no hack and slash move. At least not as I can see. I think the only way that you can basically make a normal attack is you have to leverage an edge or a weak point to strike at an enemy. Interesting. It's also interesting that they have this whole thing here about when you exchange damage with the battle moves. I think exchange damage, is only said once on this entire page. Yeah, it is. Maybe there's more. Nope, there's no more moves. Interesting. So this is making the game a little bit. So yeah, Primarch says, if you can just attack, that's all anyone does for my own playtest experience. And in my opinion, that doesn't really, vibe. It doesn't really emulate the fantasy narrative. I'm not disagreeing with you. Now, to be clear, as Gundislav says, the combination of hack and slash, volley, defend, along with defy danger as a catch-all, I created some really great combats in Dungeon World, but it took a lot of experience and a lot of heavy lifting. And I don't expect or I wouldn't expect most GMs to be able to do it that well. Right. Yeah, that's a great point too, Jack, that it kind of makes combat messy. You just can't go in there and just start dealing damage to people. You have to. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yes, exactly, Kyojin. Very Iron Sworn. You need an advantage to progress the fight. You need to have something in narrative. Right. You can't just hit, heal, repeat. Right. Exactly. Right. Bran, I think you mean Bard. Bard couldn't kill Smaug, right, until he knew about the weak point in Smaug's scale, which he got from the thrush, which he got from Bilbo. And also, as I noted that, right, like it's secure an edge is not the only way to set up an all-out attack, but it should be the most reliable one. So there might be a lot of ways to set up a all-out attack and basically let people to attack them. So. Right. Interesting. Very interesting. So that's a great question. All right. So Sveti says, so what would happen to a player that says, I charge? I would say you are overwhelming them with force. Is how I would describe it. That's how I would describe it. Right? Your battle axe is raised, you're charging into the middle of their lines, and you're trying to take something from them, right? You're trying to take the advantage, you're trying to take the momentum, you're trying to take the initiative of the battle, you know? I think I would imagine that you're, assuming you're charging in violently with your axe raised, yes, I would say you're trying to wrest control of them. And since you overwhelm them with force, one of your options could be that you deal damage to them, and then you crash into them, and now you're kind of stuck in the middle of it, and you're sort of mashing and hashing and smashing away. Right, and that's why I said, like, you could knock an enemy to the ground, right? And as a result of them being knocked to the ground, that could be the edge that somebody else needs to come in and do an all-out attack, you know? Again, what these moves are doing is they are forcing the players to have to actually describe what, again, if you've not played a lot of Theater of the Mind games, the key is using your words to constantly reiterate what is going on, because that way you keep that mental model of everything fresh, because you don't have the grid and you don't have the I'm flanking them. So you have to describe it, and you have to use your words and use the conversation in order to, sort of break through it. Now, to be clear, Jams, there's absolutely a play pattern there, right? Set them up to knock them down. Sure. But, you're going to roll some 6 minuses in there, right? It's narratively tactical. It's what we would call fictional positioning. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Pumpkin. It forces people to actually think fiction first. Yep, exactly, Enrique. I also agree. It feels like the move makes the group act together a lot. Because remember, you don't have a round-based initiative. You don't have a turn-based initiative. So there's sort of a give and a take and a back and forth, and you're going to roll 6 minuses. Keep in mind, you're marking XP every time you roll a 6 minus, too. Okay. So I think I like the battle moves, but I'm gonna say this. Again, I'm here to critique. These are very complicated, relatively speaking. This is going to overwhelm a lot of new players. I like them, but I've been playing this game for 12 plus years, 14 years. And I literally review RPGs for a living. This is a lot for people to handle. There's a lot of options here, a lot of choices for stats, it's a lot. It's a lot of RAM. There's going to be a lot of people looking at their boards. Now, again, a good GM would have memorized all of these. And when your players, you say, don't worry about the moves. Just tell me what you're doing, and I will tell you how we're triggering the moves. Think in terms of the fiction first. And that's a great way, which is why playing games like this with people who've never played RPGs before is fantastic. And then playing them with, people who are used to Pathfinder or D&D or whatever can be kind of a pain in the butt. But there is a lot here. Now, that's fine, because like I said, I do think that there's certain elements of the combat system here which don't really work. I make them work, but it's because I have a lot of experience with the game and I can make it fit. But I think what we have here is, again, the sort of movement move, the defensive move, the buffing move, and then the attack move. And the attack move only can be triggered as a result of some other situation which caused because of one of the other moves or something else that you triggered beforehand, right? Like clearly, if let's say the rogue was, sneaking into a combat, you might obviously allow them to start off with an all-out attack. In fact, you might allow them to you might just say, you can make an all attack and it's a 10 plus, straight out the rip. Which is very cool. What is interesting, if I'm reading this correctly, when you do an all-out attack, you exchange damage. Except, wouldn't you be using it all? If you're using a ranged weapon, how does that work? Because that's why volley was a different move than hack and slash. Hack and slash, you just exchange damage with your enemy. Volley, if you had a complication, it was like you put yourself in a tough spot, or your position was overwhelmed, that sort of thing. Is this like I'm not quite sure what damage I'm taking here. If I'm, say, shooting a bow at a troll on the other side of the chamber or whatever. So that one I'm a little confused on. It may not actually matter, but I think it kind of matters to me. So we are going to do one final thing. We've got equipment here. Again, kind of similar to Dungeon World 1. I see that a lot of things now have uses, which is great. So for those of you who play Dungeon World, I'm already loving this without even getting into it. In original Dungeon World, you had this generic adventures pack, and you could rummage through it, and it was like quantum inventory from, Sveti, it's just the alpha. It's literally 65 pages long. They're not even necessarily done with the rules. But I love that everything here has uses. So they just kind of, locked in on that, which is great. Very cool. Magic. Looks like we still have rituals, which is literally my favorite thing from Dungeon World 1. So good. Magic has this idea of magnitude, represents the spell power and scale of a spell. That's a great question. Maybe ranged weapons have special moves. No, I don't know. By the way, as an example, armor, light, medium, heavy has 3 uses. And you may mark a use to ignore up to 1, 2, or 3 points of damage from an attack. So if you have heavy armor, you can use 1 use to mark 3 damage off from attack. And the shield is a shields will be splintered type attack. You can use it once, and it ignores all the damage from an attack. Okay. Primarch says, right now, range works the same as melee, since they have to be able to harm you if it's a battle. So if they can't do damage to you and you have a bow and you shoot them, I guess you just shoot them and then you deal your damage. Like if you were truly in a situation, right, where they really weren't in a position to harm you or hurt you. And I suppose at worst, you might have them defy danger, right? Like if there's a risk to taking a shot in the middle of a combat, right? Because there's like goblins running around and you're shooting at the ogre on the other side of the battlefield, but there's goblins running around and it's dangerous. You might ask them to, defy danger, to take the danger being the time to take off, to do the shot. So, okay, I'll buy that. I love resources and I love tracking resources. So yeah. But again, also too, like if you're clearly in a situation where like you're safe and you have a good position, then yeah, the GM should just be like, you're fucking unloading death. Go for it, Legolas. Just do some deal damage. I mean that's kind of sick. Okay. So far, so magic. Magnitude is this idea of how powerful a spell is. 0 is like our cantrip type stuff. Well, no, it's better than that. It's like small bolt of fire, summon or charm an ordinary being, turn briefly invisible. Magnitude 1 is like fireball, turn a group invisible. Magnitude 2 is a wall of fire, turning a tavern invisible or flying for hours. And magnitude 3 is summoning down meteors and charming a demigods. Even with this magic is tough, and GM might say it falls under the realm of a ritual. Magnitude increases exponentially. We got some ritual effects here. All right, magic in battle. When using magic as a weapon to hurt someone, if a battle move would trigger, then it usually overrides the normal move that you would use for your magic. Mark conditions equal to the effect's magnitude, but you may roll using the stat associated with your magic instead of the normal stat. If a battle move wouldn't trigger, follow your normal magic move. Interesting. So sounds like to use magic, you have to take conditions. All right, we've got some treasure tables, looting. All right, so we got barbarian, bard, cleric, dude, fighter, paladin, ranger, rogue, wizard. All right. The author said, let's take a look at the druid. So let's take a look at the druid. All right. You walk among the sacred groves, communing with spirits older than the stones themselves. True beauty is found among flowing creeks and ancient trees and must be preserved. So you adopt the forms of creatures large and small and defend the balance. Every civilization inevitably crumbles, but the cycle of nature is eternal. So first we have our standard PBTA playbook questions, such as, I am a halfling, a centaur, a tree folk, something, your race. I grew up in a bustling metropolis or a deep cavern. I connected with nature when a spirit began teaching me. I felt called to adventure when the spirits gave me a test. Here are our relationships. Fill in for each other PC based on how well you already know them. So the name of a fellow PC, that key detail about your relationship, and this is the depth tracker. Remember, when a relationship reaches 3 depth, we make a bond move. We gain a bond with them, or we advance a bond, and then we erase the depth, and we have to rebuild up that next level of relationships. Clubster roll.
Clubster roll tipped $45. Release the beast.
Lobster roll.
Strong.
Cheers.
Strong. Strong.
Thanks to Clobster Rolls tip, we are going to release our Bob's Birthday Bash, showing me and the Knights playing very drunken PBTA on Bob's birthday from a couple years ago. One of the last streams that we did from the original studio, or from the old studio. Additionally, we'll cover another playbook. We'll do a poll to cover that. So thank you, Clobster Roll. You are the GOAT. I appreciate you so much there. Very cool. Fantastic. All right. So our starting move, we get Shapeshift. When you transform into a beast you've seen before, describe your new shape, choose an adaptation below, and roll plus wisdom. On a 7 or higher, it works, and you gain the benefits. On a 7 or 9, the GM will say what compels your instincts. Pursue it now, or mark a condition to resist it. Tough and strong. You do a little bit of extra damage, and you take a little bit less damage. Fast and agile. Your attacks gain precise and vicious. Mobile and acclimated. You can easily swim, fly, burrow, whatever. Small or camouflage. You have advantage to sneaking past moves. So basically, we've got a fighting move, or a fighting mode, a speedy move, a sneaky mode, and a quick mode. Love it. Pumpkin says, Bob's Birthday Bash is one of the all-time best KOLC streams. The best ones are the ones I'm in, lol. Right. Woodland Fellowship, great point. Remember, at the start of the campaign, if you knew them growing up, you start with 1 depth. If you've adventured with them before, you gain 1 depth. And if you grew up with them and adventured with them, you have start at 2 depth. Great point. Now, as we unlock these paths, remember, we introduced basically subclasses. We could also potentially choose prehensile, elemental, and symbolic, which are from the Beast Mind, World Speaker, or Stargazer path. Note, if you roll a 6- on the shape change move, your change is interrupted or temporarily overpowers your mind. Mark an XP, and the GM will make a move. By default, while shapeshifted, you have the 1 damage and hand tags. You cannot use equipment, and you cannot communicate with any people except other PCs. Oh, this should be Wildheart. Okay. You can return to normal anytime you're in control, but you must do so when the scene ends. Well, obviously, I'm a fan of this. I like ship shifting. I think it's interesting. I like that it has restrictions. I like that you can basically do it infinitely. I like that it automatically ends at the end of the scene because I think having druids just in permanent wild shape form is a problem. That I do think is a problem. So I'm a big fan of that. By the way, I want to note this, and this is something that's really important. The GM makes a move. I don't know what the GM moves are exactly in this game, but remember, one of the things that I could do with the GM move is I could still allow you to shape change. It just might come with a higher price or a higher cost. 6- does not guarantee that you fail. It just means that I, the GM, get to decide what happens. Not you, the player, not the rules of the game. The rules of the game, you chose to engage with the rules of the game, and the rules of the game have said, hey, GM, you get to decide what happens. You know? It could be something silly like, yep, you do turn into a dog, and you immediately take off after a squirrel. It could be that, Cinnabos, 100%. What's up, Mr. Ghost? Is there a Northern Reaches or similar going on the server currently? Mr. Ghost, we are currently in our winter phase for both Dragon Tide and Northern Reaches, which are 2 mega games. What we do have going on for Pathfinder 2 is we have our Path Builder Extreme. I don't want to call it a game. It's more of an event. It's where players get together and they try wacky, crazy builds, and they fight tougher and tougher opponents to see, like, basically to kick the tires on a bunch of cool, weird experimental builds. A lot of people use PBX as a way to kind of like test builds before the next season of Northern Reaches. So there's always Pathfinder 2 games going on, but right now we are kind of in our down phase from that perspective. All right, I like this. It's simple, easy, seems pretty flexible and adaptable. One of the things I like about modern shapeshifting, I think Daggerheart did a good job. I don't think it did enough of a good job. Instead of focusing on specific forms like wolf form or eagle form, is just, what does it do? You know, like, is it the fast moving? Is it the fast movement? Is it the rogue like? Is it the tank like? Is it the sneaky like? Yeah, the tags. Well, we know precise tag allows you to attack with dex. That's one of the things we know. We know that from the battle moves. All right, equipment. Choose or create one. A vine slingshot, a flowering staff, or a wooden club. Choose some items. You can start with a healing potion or some supplies or a poisoner's kit. Choose some equipment, an appearance, and your starting stats. Note some negatives in there. Very cool. Oh, don't worry, guys. My dogs are getting antsy. Here are our hit points with start 8, our stats, our marks for our conditions, our level, our XP, and our advancements. When we level up, choose one of the following benefits. Gain a path. We can only do that once. +1 to any stat, max 2. Does that mean that the highest we can raise a stat to is 2? In which case, good, because even a +3 kind of fucking breaks PBTA. Just saying, it does. Ah, okay, yeah. You cannot get a +3 until you get to level 10. Very smart, very good. Very smart, very good. Original Dungeon World lets you get fucking +4s. It was a nightmare. When you level up, you can also gain a conflict if you currently don't have one. You can gain an advanced move from one of your paths, or you can change to a new class. From level 5, you can gain another path from your class. Cool. You can get an additional +1 to any stat. Again, you can't go higher than 2. You could multi-class, gain a new path from a class not being played. I love it. I love that kind of niche protection. Awesome. Gain a magic item. By the way, these boxes are only one use. So you can only multi-class once. Well, nope, you can do it twice, but you have to do it, break it up. At level 10, you can go to +1, multi-class, or choose an artifact. And I don't know what the game's max level cap is, but I guess theoretically it's infinite. I don't know what the max level is. Maybe it is infinite. I don't know. If you resolve one of your conflicts, remember, these are like your core issue. It's like a dagger or a torchbearer is like, what is your belief? What is your core goal? You gain Chimera. When you shapeshift, you may mark as many conditions as you'd like to gain the same number of additional adaptations. Or you can unlock your moment of heroism. When you use it, take total. So this is moment of balance. I'm not gonna lie, I liked moment of balance. I know a lot of people who didn't like moment of balance, so I wonder how this will go over. Spencer, I'm interested to see how well people how people feel about this in the community. So this is sort of diegetic advancement, right? You don't get these from leveling up. You get these from resolving your conflicts. And for those of you who don't know, moment of balance is something from Avatar Legends where you have to level up. You have to choose this thing called moment of balance. And it's basically like one, like when you go out in a blaze of glory and you get to do like one awesome, amazing thing and then you die. This is basically like one awesome, amazing thing. And then you're basically out of the game. But, it understands that to do something really sweet and awesome and broken, the game rules don't really allow for that. And it's kind of like earning your ability to do something awesome. So like, for example, this could be like the druid, turns the desert back into a lush, the desert, the forest, which was eradicated by the ravages of the dragon. Basically maybe they give their life and they turn into raw Livestream energy and they suffuse into the ground and the forest is renewed completely, right? It's very like epic, high fantasy. There's not really a good mechanic to cover that. So we kind of just wrap it under this bullshit moment of heroism thing. But again, some people are like, why do I need to have this ability in order to do that thing? But, I can see that. Anyways. Here are our druid paths. By the way, every class, 2 pages. Love it. Although I guess imagine then the full version, it sounds like there will be other stuff here. All the classes in the alpha only have a single starting move to choose from. So if you're a druid, you have to shapeshift. That's the only one. All right. Druid paths. Wildheart, World Speaker, Stargazer. You could communicate with animals as if they were people. If you sense an animal's motive, you always get to ask them an extra question. If you influence an animal's choice and it aligns with their instincts or their desires, you roll with advantage. Cool. Call the wild. When you call out to the wilderness for aid, choose a suitable type for your animal for your environment and roll plus wisdom. On a 7 or higher, they arrive to help you as an allied NPC. On a 6-, you draw nature's ire or hunger. Raised by wolves. You have an animal companion. Oh, you have like animal friends. When you spend time with your chosen animals, choose 1 if alone, or 2 if with another PC. And then Primal Bond. Oh, Primal Bond. When you mark an animal with blood, mud, or dirt, erase previous marks. Then you can share in their senses as if they were yours, no matter what distance separates you. That's cool. A little birdie told me, when you unearth secrets or sense motive by questioning nearby animals, you can roll with charisma instead of rolling with intelligence or wisdom. And remember, we gain a path, and then every time we level up, we can choose an advanced move from one of our paths. So these are all options that we can get when we level up. It's not bad. World Speaker, environmentalist. You are a close connection with the elemental spirits of the world. They see you as a guardian and ambassador. When you entreat them for age, say what you want to accomplish. Mark conditions equal to the magnitude of the magic that you are trying to accomplish. Then answer the following questions and roll with +1 for each yes. Will this restore harmony? Wilder Feast, anybody? Does this aid leverage a nearby feature, a natural feature? Do you have no metal on you whatsoever? On a 7+, the spirits provide aid. On a 7 through 9, They are restless. Mark a condition to keep them focused, or they cause collateral damage. So this is basically the magic move, right? Like the druid didn't have magic, right? Or the core druid did not have magic. You have to choose the world speaker, and then you have this environmentalist move. This is your catch-all magic move. Lay of the land. When you spend time communing with the spirits, ask one question about the region you're in, or mark a condition to ask all of them. The GM will answer honestly. It's actually one of my favorite PBTA language terms is the GM will answer honestly, because we're just so used to the GM fucking people over. Death and regrowth. When you finish off a significant enemy, or the first time each session that you mark bloodied, gain 1 balance with a maximum of 2 balance. You can spend balance as if it were uses of medicine. Medicine is one of the magic, not one of the magic items, but one of the normal items that lets you, I think, recover a little bit. Back to basics. When you reveal a new flaw or failure of civilization to one or more NPCs, clear a condition, then roll plus charisma. On a 7 through 9, choose 1. On a 10 or more, choose 2. They account for the issue and start working to fix it. They protect you or nature from an imminent threat. They attack or sabotage an enemy of nature. And then Shillelagh. When you wield natural spirits as a weapon, increase your damage dealt and decrease damage by 1. And lastly, Stargazer. If you're outside during the day, ignore frightened. If you're outside during night, ignore insecure. Forecaster. When you make camp, choose what the weather is like, and all of your allies get a benefit of clear skies, overcast, or rain, fog, or snow. Very cool. Actually, I like this. This one I like this one a lot, actually. Doomsayer. When you proclaim an enemy's imminent fate to them, roll plus wisdom. 7 or 9, choose 1. 10 or more, choose 2. Pain. They increase their damage by 1 for the whole scene. Regret. Influence their choice with advantage for the scene. And vulnerability. The GM will tell you a weakness that they hide. And of course, on a 6-, you see only their success. Mark an experience point, and you gain disadvantage against them for the rest of the scene. Audrey. When you read the future written in the stars, you may mark a condition to focus your reading on a specific place or person. Then roll plus wisdom. And the GM will reveal an important related event that will soon happen. Literally, Audrey. On a 10 or more, you may ask a follow-up question. The GM will answer truthfully and generously. On a 6-, the event will involve an ally's terrible fate, but you can twist it to be about you. Whoever suffers the terrible fate has disadvantage on all rolls. Augury? Audrey? Augury? Augury? I thought it was Augment. Scion of Sunrise and Sun. By the way, I love the names of these abilities. Sun and Moon, Forecaster, Death and Regrowth, Back to Basics, Shillelagh. Yeah. Augury. 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 All right, so it's a gur, not a jur. Augury. 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 It's a G, I guess. When outside during dawn or dusk, ignore penalties from all conditions and from bloodied. You may mark a condition. Ha ha ha! That's awesome. You may mark a condition to treat a scene as if it takes place outside during dawn or dusk. That's weird. I mean, the thing that's cool about this is like you get abilities like this and they're cool, but it's so reliable on like the GM and random bullshit. Like, are you outside? What's the time? You know, you know what I mean? It's like one of those things. It's cool. It's flavorful, but it's not really up to you. And how often does it come up? So I like that there's like this extra little text that basically says, but if you want to, you can just mark a condition and you can treat the scene as if it was like sunrise or sunset. Which is kind of cool. Because again, remember that condition you just marked, you'll ignore it for this scene. Well, I really like the druid. I like the way the spell casting is handled. I like the different paths. Remember, I think you can have up to 2 paths. Yeah, you can gain a path, and you can gain a path. One thing I don't know, and I'm not sure if I like it, when you gain a path, I don't think you get a move. So, like, the first time you choose a new path, I don't think you get any move with it either. Right? So, like, that feels kind of like, you know, womp womp, you know, a little bit, maybe. Oh, the first move is a starting move? Oh, okay. Never mind. I take back everything I just said. All right. Oh, I see. When you mark this, you get this. Got it. Okay. I see. All right. Never mind. Cool. Cool. All right. Polls coming up. Let's see. What am I interested in? Well, I always like to take a look at the good barbarian. I'm not going to look at the ranger just to tilt people. Look, I got to give you something to keep you coming back for next time. Pull. All right. What other playbook should we look at? Let's see. Barbarian, fighter, rogue, wizard. All right. Those are the ones I'm putting in. All right. What other playbook? Vote. Gias. Oh, nobody wants to see the rogue. Fuck rogues. No, I'm just kidding. While we're doing this, here are some of the bonds. You can have a bond of conviction, a bond of guard. This is definitely an area where I know Pumpkin and I and everything like that is are really interested. Hey, KC, thank you.
KC Roberts tipped $5. Sorry, joining 4 hours into the stream after game night. Quick catch up. Is it more like blue or red, and do you like it?
KC, I actually don't know enough about blue or red to tell you. I will say I like it. I mean, I'm definitely intrigued by it. It's similar to what I expected it to be, but it's also surprisingly different. The battle moves surprised me. The emotional resource currency surprised me. The fail forward mechanics on the information gathering was good. The events consequences or at least events happening on 10 pluses was unexpected, but I could see where that helps. All right, well, wizard is the winner. So we're going to go take a look at the whiz. Yeah, I know that they did a purple edition. Gunislav. All right, the wizard. You weave the very fabric of reality, and you are awesome because you are a wizard. Okay. Starting move is weave a spell. By the way, Primarch does say that, note about the wizard, one of its path advanced moves needs to be totally replaced. It's still totally worth looking at. All right. You have studied the fundamental schools of magic that make up reality. Each school has a subject, what you can change, and a verb, how you can change it. Subject verb, you like some Ars Magica. Also kind of Grim Wildish. When you gain a path, gain another school and learn its subject and verb. After you make camp, regain forgotten subjects and verbs. Choose 2 schools now. Okay. So you gain new subjects and new verbs, and then you can mix and match them. So, for example, If we took abjuration, we get magic itself and unravel. And if we took enchantment, we would get sapient beings and charm. So now we could unravel sapient beings. I already fucking love this. I mean, anybody who watched me do my Grimwild review knows that I really loved it. But I love the idea that as we again, or Ars Magica, right? Building up subjects and verbs, Vim from Ars Magica. This is a really cool way to do magic. I hate Vancian systems. I know. I'm a terrible D&D player. When we make camp, we regain forgotten subjects and verbs. Okay. We get 2 to begin, and whenever we choose a new path, we get another school learning its subject and verbs. Okay. Very cool. So also, by the way, it should be noted that we could, when we do enchantment abjuration, we can not only charm sapient beings, but we can also charm magic. Now, some people might hate this, but guess what? I love this. This is the reason I play D&D. It's the reason I like being a GM. It's the reason I play RPG games with a GM, because I want to know what charm magic means. Yeah, forgetting is okay. What I don't like is like slots and or forgetting is like, running out of power is okay. I don't like here is your specific spell and then you have to memorize that slot. Even I think 5th edition did at least a little bit better by having kind of a pseudo Vancian system. When you combine a known subject and verb into a magic spell, whether or not they're from the same school, say what you want to happen. Mark conditions equal to its magnitude, and then roll plus int. On a 7+, the spell succeeds. On a 7 through 9, either the GM adds a twist or you forget a subject or verb that you used, your choice. On a 6-, it's interrupted or goes haywire. Mark 1 XP, and the GM makes a move. The only thing I like about Vancian magic is the attrition strategy. Like if that's the type of game that you're playing, I don't mind it that way. This is true, Pumpkin. So if you roll a 7, 8, or 9, you get your spell off. You don't have to choose to forget a subject or a verb. You could. Oh, the GM. Oh, wait. Your choice. Yeah. So you can either say GM, add a twist, or you could choose to forget your subject or verb if you want control. So one of the things that I'm noticing here is it puts a lot more control into the players. Like, what do you want to have happen? Like, if you don't want to lose access to your sapient being subject, then you can just say GM, add a twist. And obviously, if you get a 10 or higher, your spell goes off without a glitch. However, there is still the requirement that, now obviously, if you're doing a magnitude 0 effect, then you're not marking any conditions. But if the GM says, that feels like a magnitude 1 or that feels like a magnitude 2 spell, then you're going to start marking conditions pretty quickly. So there's also a kind of a dual resource loss here of managing and marking your conditions. Just saying. We got some weapons, gear, the jazz. All right. No, we only have 6 hit points. Standard advancements looks to be exactly the same as the druid. When you resolve a conflict, so if you have to mark conditions every time you do magic, does that mean you can use 5 spells per day at max? No, because magnitude 0 exists. So magnitude 0 would be no conditions. Also, remember, you can have your, you can cure conditions. It's not lock a condition, it's mark a condition. Remember, if one of your allies guides and comforts you, you can potentially lose conditions. There are even certain battle moves that could make you lose conditions. And lastly, if you use the optional rule, you can act out and vent out your conditions and lose them that way. So, but theoretically, there's no limit to the number of spells that you can cast per day. All right. Gain Archmage. When you first gain this move and whenever you enjoy some downtime and spend 1 treasure, you may rewrite a subject or verb to something that you find more fitting to your interests or the school. That's pretty cool. And again, this is a diegetic gain. So when you resolve, That's pretty cool. All right. Here are our paths: Adept, Spellbreaker, and Scholar. And also remember, whenever we gain a new path, we also get a new subject and a new verb, right? That's a bonus thing. Whenever we gain a path. Now, it says gain a path. Does that mean if we gain a path from a class not being played? So if I gain like a fighter path, do I unlock another subject and verb? Just wondering. Anyway. Adept gets prestidigitation. You produce minor effects without much effort. And you don't even have to make a check. So this is pretty cool. It's literally cantrips, and you don't have to make any magic. You can just do magic at will. Perform a ritual. Here it is. The great Dungeon World 1. When you draw on a font, I mean, this looks like it's exactly the same as it was from Dungeon World 1. And you know what? It should be. It was fucking perfect. When you draw on a font of arcane power, such as an object, a person, a place, to create a magical effect, tell the GM what you're trying to achieve. The GM will tell you, sure, no problem. Note, the GM doesn't ever say no. It's always yes. Then present you with 1 to 4 requirements. Once they're fulfilled, the ritual is complete. And boom, there you go. First, you must X. It's going to take months. It will require, the horn of a unicorn. You'll need help from the demon lord Argelios. You will need to destroy the shrine of Oragia. Like the GM could just make shit up. I'm not even kidding you. This is like the single greatest thing that Dungeon World 1 ever created. And they almost repeated it verbatim. And you know what? Respect.
I am
Respect.
strong. Strong.
Oh, okay, got it. So perform a ritual was written before we created the ritual section. This is the move that needs to be replaced since everyone can do it now. Oh, neat. Okay. So basically they made it even better. You don't even have to take the move. Everyone can do rituals. So somehow that's even better. So that's cool. Even better. Spellblade. In fact, if I had a complaint, I was like, oh, it sucks that you have to take this. Like, shouldn't every wizard just have this? Apparently they do. Spellblade. Light armor is never clumsy for you. When you wield magic that alongside a weapon, you deal +1 damage. A little bit of a gish. My friends are my power. When you receive aid while performing a ritual, add ignore 1 ritual requirement to the list of aid choices. Cool. Yeah, absolutely. It makes sense. A druid or a cleric making a ritual. 100%. Imagine a cleric beseeching the higher powers of heaven, right, to bring life back to, whatever, a slain family. And, the powers of heaven are like, you are going to blah, 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 blah. It makes total sense. You can also get a familiar. So your familiar is basically a harmless creature. You can communicate with it. It can do all this stuff. And if your familiar gets hurt, instead of tracking hit points or armor class, you mark a condition, which is cool, showing that it's linked to you, which is really neat. Does that ritual-related thing stay in? Cinnabos, I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, Kyojin. I think that's totally cool. Let's take a look. He mentioned that you can do this here. Most of the time, you use magic in the moment with what you have on your person and an immediate surrounding, but some magic is too powerful. When you prepare a ritual to create a magical effect, tell the GM what you're trying to achieve. The GM will tell you, sure, no problem, but you will need a source of power related to your magic. And also, they will then present you with requirements equal to the effect's magnitude, replacing each X with a specific detail. Once the requirements are fulfilled, you may perform the ritual and achieve the attack. Yeah, so what's really cool about this, as your point was, is like now a barbarian could do a ritual. A fighter could do a ritual, right? Now it might be a slightly different set of circumstances, what a barbarian's source of power is. But like you said, it could be, you have to go to your clan's ancestral burial mounds, right? And there you can open up the sky and speak to the fathers and the fathers and daughters of heaven and ask them to aid you in this coming battle, right? Think about The possibilities are fucking endless, and I think that's awesome. Oh, do wizards get a specific ritual-related ability? I don't know. That's a great question, Cinnabos. I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, obviously, I think they're going to replace it with something. All right. Well, I like the Adept. Let's take a look at the Spellbreaker. When you counter or destroy something magical, you may mark a condition to absorb that magic and store it for later. The magic can then be released by defying danger, after which the stored magic will dissipate. If you release the stored magic immediately, you roll with advantage, and then the 12 plus, you suffer no options, no bad stuff. You can only store one magical effect at a time. All right, that's kind of unexpected and cool, but sure. It's an option. You may. Detect magic. When you open your senses to the magical realm, the GM will tell you what magic you sense. You may then mark a condition to ask all of the following questions. Again, resource. Counterspell. When you defy a magical danger by using magic of your own, roll with a stat associated with the magic. Int for wizard, whiz for clerics. So you can see that even though this is a wizard path, right, a cleric might pick up Spellbreaker so that they can pick up Counterspell, right, through the multi-class. So you can see some of the multi-classing forward-thinkingness. Mage Armor. When you take magical damage, reduce it by 1. You can mark conditions to mark it a further 1 for each condition marked. I love that. Very cool. Anti-magic field. When you create an area of anti-magic, mark a condition and roll plus int. On a 7 or more, all magic near you, including yours, is suppressed. On a 7, 8, or 9, choose one. It's smaller or bigger than you intended. You can't do anything else while maintaining it, and magic is reduced but not fully suppressed. This is still pretty cool. And again, imagine like you're a fighter, and right, you're like a what are they called from Sword of Truth? The women with the Aegeals. Come on, there's nerds here. I don't remember. What are they called? The Darken Rawls women, anti-magic women, people. Anyways, my point is, you could be like a fighter, and you could multi-class and take like detect magic, assimilate, anti-magic field, right? Like you could take these mage paths to become like a mage slayer, right? Which is pretty cool. All right, our last option for wizard is scholar, and you get the lore master ability. You've studied long and hard and become an expert in a few topics. Select 2 now, and as the Mord Sith. Thank you. I knew it was like a bunch of combination of like Lord of the Rings and Star Wars, and like I knew it was like, it sounds like a bunch of fantasy gobbledygook, and Mord Sith is correct. As a path advanced move, you become an expert in 2 more topics, up to a maximum of 4. Spells and magic, old heroes and their relics, nations and politics, gods and their servants, the dead and the undead. When you recall knowledge about one of your expert topics, you gain the following benefits. After answering the questions, you may choose to roll plus int instead of plus questions. If you do, you can ignore angry. You treat a 7 to 9 as a 10, and you treat a 10 as a 12. And on a 12, if you share your knowledge in great detail with an ally, you and your ally both gain advantage when you act on it. Yes, a bunch of fantasy gobbledygook is a good description for Terry Goodkind. Yes. Legend of the... I mean, it was... You realize it was actually a novel series called The Sword of Truth, right? Legend of the Seeker was what I like to call the hottest people that have ever been allowed to be on television in a fantasy show ever. Every person on that show was stunningly hot. Incredibly so. Men and women. What kind of D&D 4E is this? It is not D&D 4E, unfortunately, Dan O'Bra. I mean, but, you know, what's her name was hot, too? Caitlin, the confessor? Oh, my God. Gorgeous. anyways. But, you know, Dark and Raw was hot, and Kalen. Yes, Kalen. It's been a long time since I read Wizard's First Rule, but anyways. The guy that's obviously Gandalf, but totally not Gandalf, but he's totally Gandalf. Oh, man. I can't remember the wizard's name. Knox? No. Anyways, it's been a long time. Sage advice. If you offer logical, reasonable advice to someone about what they do, mark a condition to comfort or support them with advantage. If they follow your advice, they have advantage the first time they roll. So I'm going to say this, Primarch. I will say this. The only thing I don't like about the game is your version of +1 forward. I never liked +1 forward in any PBTA game, and I don't like it here now. I don't know what the solution is. Obviously, this isn't +1 forward. It's now advantage on you the first time you roll, but it's basically +1 forward. And I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. I just don't like, you know, hanging chads in my PBTA game. I'm just weird like that. It's just a me problem. It's the only thing I don't like. But to be clear, this is in every PBTA game ever. So, academic minor. When you recall lore, you may mark a condition to treat the subject as if it was one of your expert topics, no matter what the condition is. That's a cool move. Extrasensory perception. When you magically connect with an important object for the first time, roll +int and ask the GM questions about its history, its origins, its properties. On a 10 or higher, ask 3 questions. On a 7 through 9, ask 2. On a 6 minus, ask 1. But the object will haunt or curse you until you soothe it. The GM will tell you how. Well, I think these are all really cool. I have to say, you know, I think adding the paths adds a little bit of fun crunch to the game. It makes leveling up a little bit more interesting. I like that they cap the stats. I like how they handle multi-classing, which is that you just gain a path, and now you can gain a path. Now, help me out. Okay, yeah, so you can gain any number of advanced moves from one of your paths every time you level up. Okay, cool. I mean, this seems pretty cool to me. Here's all your advancements, I guess, that you can write down on your character sheet. Right, the problem is, Pumpkin, it is that there's always a caveat to that advantage, right? Like, if you are using right, if you're using sage advice, you have to offer them logical, reasonable advice to someone about what they're going to do. If they follow your advice, they have advantage the first time they roll. So basically, it's not just the next time they roll. It's not like if they have a token. It's when they do something that follows your advice. You know what I mean? Like, there's like a qualifying element there. And that's what I don't, especially if you have like, if multiple of these things are out at the table at once, it can be kind of confusing. Well, yeah, it's like an IOU advantage. Yes. Well, obviously this took 4 hours and we didn't even cover all 65 pages of the game because I was really going in deep and talking and sharing a lot of stories. But this is good. This is surprising. This makes me want to play Dungeon World. I mean, I like Dungeon World. I'm curious to see how these battle moves would play out. The progression seems fun and interesting. The moves seem a lot more complicated, but maybe that's a good thing. They avoid getting stale and samey. I do see this as kind of competing in a certain space with Daggerheart, as for sort of that like modern narrative forward, but we're the Guardians of the Galaxy. We're the motley crew of friends, power of friendship, building on each other while also somehow being D&D adventurers as almost like as like a secondary job, like a part-time job. But it has a lot of really interesting gameplay in there. And I think from a PBTA perspective, it is moving. The moves are designed to push the game in a direction, and I like that. And I agree, Pumpkin, right? PBTA, but I also know that a lot of people feel like Avatar Legends was too complicated. There's a weird problem, and again, remember one of the games I've talked about wanting to make is a super crunchy tactical slice of life game. And the problem is, it's not true, but the problem is the type of people who like more complicated games with more, interesting, more involved mechanics tend to be the type of people who also don't want their game to be about feelings and stories and narrative arcs, right? Again, I'm not trying to like throw Brendan Lee Mulligan under the bus, right? But he's the type of person who's like, I don't want to know the rules. I just want to tell stories, right? So the people who kind of want to tell stories tend to be the people who want really rules light / I want to ignore the rules and do whatever I want. And I don't want the rules to tell me what to do. And I don't want to have to memorize this. And I don't have to check. And then the people who really like crunchy, rules tend to be people who like also want to track how much diseases they got from, the swamp they were in and how many hit points their shin has and what's the armor value of my shin plate and what's the, percent integrity of my shin bone. And, I just got hit by a sling. Okay, make an opposed roll. You have to roll for the sling. Then you have to roll for the leather's structural integrity. Then roll for the wind resistance. Then we'll calculate shin damage, take into account my bronze shin plate, and then calculate what shin bone, damage I took. Was it a bruising? Was it a contusion? Was it a break? If it was a break, was it a spiral fracture? Was it a severed fracture? The crunchy narrative fiction first game is a niche. It's a Venn diagram with it's not the biggest overlap. Primark says, my group has been tossing around an idea for a burning wheel slice of life game for years. Yes, that type of craziness. Dan over says, I'm bored already. Can I use my daily now? That's awesome. Woodland Fellowship. So, yes, obviously, afterwards, we also have to check for the infection of the wound, bacterial and viral, all this other stuff, right? And were you in water at the time, and what's the water pressure? Did you get waterborne illnesses or parasites from your wound? And so, as a game, which is, again, the game is very upfront about this. Dungeon World 2 very clearly distinguishes itself from Dungeon World 1 by saying this game is trying to bring forward not only innovations in PBTA, but also updating to what fantasy expectation it is. And they say, while Dungeon World was a game about adventuring for gold and glory, Dungeon World 2 aims to explore, and in quotes and in bold, the messy people embarking on dangerous fantasy adventures who grow into a heroic found family. Now, I've said this before, and I'll say this again. I don't want Dungeon World 2. I don't want Pathfinder 3. I don't want D&D 6th edition to just be a cleaned up version of the prior edition. I own AD&D 2nd edition, and I own D&D 3rd edition, and I own D&D 4th edition. And each of those games is a different game. Is there some DNA there? Of course there is. 6 stats, 20 levels, classes, races, the basics. But they are very different games. And that's okay. I own them. I can play them. I have Dungeon World 1. I am glad that they did not just reprint Dungeon World 1. Number one, a lot of people have already done that in like things like Homebrew World and stuff. And number two, this is giving us something new. And that's exciting. Something different. And that's exciting. So I'm optimistic. I'm excited to see where the game goes from here. And I definitely want to do a second part of this first look. I want to take a look at the conflicts, relationships, and bond systems, and maybe look at some of your GM stuff. So, and maybe we can look at another playbook or two. I think that'd be really cool. So now, given the game's apparent focus on treasure, what would I run this for? I would want to run a, a sappy dungeon meshy, which I hate, by the way, but like a sappy dungeon meshy, found family going on dungeon adventures. Apparently Critical Role people love their treasure too. I thought they were like, only saving the day and stuff like that. But I mean, like the point is like this game is predicated still upon you, getting treasure and doing stuff with treasure. So what would I love to do with this? Yeah, I would love to have it be like dungeon explorers who, are also discovering about themselves and each other. And I called it an emotional dungeon crawler earlier, and that is a great name for it, an emotional dungeon crawler. So yeah. Dungeon high school, maybe a little bit, So, by the way, Primark is one of the co-authors for the game. Says the pre-alpha didn't have any treasure at all, but players were still actively searching for it, and it felt like something was missing to not have it. Yeah. Now, I'll say it again, and I'll say it once, and I'll say it again. I would love. A lot of people are like, why doesn't Critical Role play Daggerheart? I will be honest with you about Daggerheart. I think Daggerheart is far more trad than this game because Daggerheart doesn't have mechanical emotions. Not really. Well, in the show, they pronounced it Mord Sith, and Terry Goodkind was super American, so I'm assuming it's also correct. And so I actually think that this is the type of thing that I think actual plays that want to be, actors and feeling in their feelings should be playing. Because I agree. Daggerheart is very neo-trad OC. I agree. I think it is. I do think Daggerheart, fun, it really pushes heavily towards more indie stylings and narrative elements, and I think it's great for that. But on the GM, on the GNS triangle, right, it is solidly between, right, narrativism and gameism. This game, I think, is much more towards narrativism. It has mechanics about your feelings and about interacting with those feelings, and I think that is really cool and interesting because, so I agree ultimately with Cinnabos, but I also agree with Kyojin here. There are a lot of things in this game that have you mark a condition. So you're going to be talking about your emotions a lot if you want to get something done. But not just that, Kyojin. If you're accumulating all these conditions all the time, you are also going to end up reaching your limit a lot and confessing terrible truths. And remember, this is in character or not. And so you could just build up conditions all you want, and all you're going to be doing is either in character or out of character, adding more fuel to the fire. Now, Dungeon World was trying to be BX D&D, but with PBTA rules. And BX D&D was not about your feelings, and it wasn't about your friends. Okay, it was about looting dungeons for gold and treasure. Dungeon World tried to replicate that with its mechanics. Now, it did have a bond system, and some other couple of other elements, but for the most part, it was trying to be BX D&D, just using the PBTA facade. This is different, and Pumpkin says I kind of prefer this to Daggerheart, just because of the emotional mechanics. That's pretty cool. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not necessarily saying it depends on the mood I'm in, but if I want to do the sort of character-focused storytelling, yeah. I mean, the emotional mechanics, the bond mechanics. Daggerheart has bonds, but they don't really do anything. Not really. So the fact that you have to level up your relationships makes that important, right? What gets rewarded gets repeated. What gets measured gets managed, right? And I think that makes this really, really interesting. And yeah, right, this loop, mark conditions, reach your limit, change the game, change your relationships. right? It's not just a story generator, it's a character developer. Now, again, this is the problem. A lot of the people who are really interested in character development, they're really interested in just being an author. They just want to write novels, right? They don't want the game to tell them how their character thinks or feels. They don't want the situation to change just because they marked a condition, right? They want to have that complete control. And honestly, I don't even know why those people play games. They should just go write a book. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know why they play games. I actually don't know why they play games. So I play games because I don't know what's going to happen. And I like the immersion thing. I love having no control. Well, not no control, but I love having limited control over my character and the outcome. I love being legitimately surprised. Not like the way people go, oh, I had complete control of my character. I decided everything that they did. But I was so surprised by what happens. We've talked about this ad infinitum. I can't surprise myself in that way. And when authors talk about like being just surprised by their characters, I don't really buy it. But this has dice and random mechanics and shit that you didn't expect to do. So this is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. This is pretty cool. This is good stuff. Foresight, buddy. So true. So true. Players love to think they're actor stance until you tell them the emotion their character feels, and all of a sudden they need to be the author. It's so true. In fact, the definition of an actor is someone who is being told by a director, by a screenwriter, by a cinematographer, right? What their line is, what their character's feeling in this scene, and then it's their job to sell that, to play that, to add to that, right? But yeah, they don't want to write the book. They want to write fanfic. That's probably a better way to describe it too. Kyojin says, I just got called out. Look, if that floats your boat, it's awesome. Role-playing games are such a broad hobby. I'm simply saying I don't get it. You know, I respect it. I just don't understand it. And I don't think I ever will, you know? Team up for a slice of life. Well, to be clear, I don't want a simulator. I want a gamist, crunchy slice of life game. I don't want a simulator. That would be The Sims. I don't want The Sims. I want like Slay the Spire, but it's slice of life. Oh, that was a sick farming get married early and raise a big family run. Shit went sideways. Anyways, very, very cool. Very surprising. Thank you, Primark, for stopping by and hanging out with us. That was cool that you were able to provide all that context. Again, I think Spencer and Helena have done a really amazing job with this. I love that it's going in an exciting new direction. It definitely still feels like PBTA. It definitely feels like Dungeon World, but it's not just Dungeon World 1 remastered, right? It's been 12 years, 14 years. This is Dungeon World 2. It is a different game with different objectives. The same way that 4th edition D&D was different from 3rd edition D&D. And that's the thing that bothers me. Some people are like, I just want to buy the same game over and over and over again. 4th edition came out. It was different and people hated it. I wanted it to be different because then I get choices, you know? Pumpkin goes for the widower builds and remarries on my runs. Nice. Steam Driven says, Slay the Spire, but slice of life sounds weirdly compelling. I know, right? The game of life, the roguelike. Yeah, exactly. See? Derek, my whole thing is, Derek has good ideas, overthinks them, creates all the problems for them, complicates it to the point where it can never be successful financially, uses that as an excuse to never do it, and repeats. Aaron, we are very optimistic. It looks very cool. I was wondering why you would ever play this over Daggerheart, and I think the answer is that Daggerheart is more of a traditional game, right? With more traditional mechanics around your characters, the way you play and roll your character. This game is actually much more like a Magpie game, where you have mechanical conditions about how your character feels. There are moves and mechanics for like comforting somebody and making them feel better. There's a leveling up system to your relationships with your allies that levels up the relationship, granting you bonds between you two, which gives you new abilities. It's a much more of a character relationship simulator game than anything like that. So anyways, I'm gonna dip out. We'll be back maybe Sunday to talk more about this really intriguing, interesting game. I'm really excited about it. We've got a bunch of cool stuff coming up. We've got 13th Age Deep Dive 2nd Edition. I'm going to be giving away a collector's edition box set for that. Pelgrane Press was nice enough to send us a collector's edition to give away. So very cool. Thursday, again, I don't want to put words in the mouth. He might have to cancel. But Thursday, we should have Evan from Nimble on to talk about some of the work he's doing and about what does it mean to be 5th Age or 5e compatible, and some of his game design thoughts. So we're going to kind of, poke him and see where he's going to be. So that's going to be Thursday. We're going to have a designer guest on. That'll be fun. Like I said, 13th Age. We still going to finish up our Draw Steel stuff. We got a couple classes to deep dive onto there. The patrons also voted. We're going to be doing some streams on some other cool elements like looking at travel systems across different RPGs, talking about some of the advice from DMGs over the course of the history. We might be doing like a DMG deep dive series, which would be kind of cool. And then possibly doing a stream where we look at religion in RPGs, and we could try to talk about why I hate it and maybe how to make it better and more interesting. So, and of course, on top of all of that, I'm sure there will be random streams where I confess my inner deep love for the game of Wilderfeast in my attempt to try to make it into the world's best mega game. And of course, cool ideas that I could probably use to make money on Kickstarter, but will never actually develop because I suck. So all that fun stuff. So thank you so much, everybody. Thank you to an incredible array of people today. Thank you to KC, Clobster, FL4G, Francois, Dirty Phil, Anonymous, which was, I think it was Zedtrek, it was Z who did it, Old Dirty Wizard, Aaron Z, Tez Money, and the man from Nan for the tips, super chats, and of course, supporting us on Amazon Prime on Twitch. If you do have Amazon Prime and you want to support us over there, please check us out. It's free for you. Costs Jeff Bezos money, gives us a couple bucks. Appreciate it. You can do that every month. Otherwise, I advise you to check us out on our Patreon, patreon.com/nightslastcall. We'd love to have you be part of our community, and I'm excited to follow this game's development. Again, I've kind of stayed away because I wasn't ready to be hurt, but I'm actually really excited. I'm excited by what I've seen here. This really does look like Masks or Legends, Avatar Legends, which is kind of like a teenage drama family angst simulator, kind of, sort of, without as much of the angst, but in a dungeon, which is cool, which is awesome. I think that's really fun. So I'm excited. So, and of course, we've got some really great streams coming up. So look forward to seeing that next time on Nights. Maybe. There we go. On Nights of Last Call. Take care, everybody. Peace.